Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Just close out.
Oh, here it is, this right here.
There we go.
Hey, Linda, can you hear us?
Test. Test. Test.
Testing.
Yep, I got it.
But it's not coming through the room now.
Do that one more time.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
I think we're good. Thank you, Sam.
And then
You're over.
Testing. 1, 2, testing.
Yeah, it's coming through.
Okay.
I can hear y'all. This is Linda.
Thank you, Linda.
Oh, I couldn't hear you, Caleb. Barely.
That's because I'm not talking in the mic. We're gonna
I
talk.
gotcha. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Hey, we got it going and running. Now call the meeting to order. First order of business, we'll try. We're ready, Derek.
Waiting and ready. Hey, are we muted?
They're unmuted. It's running on this audio, you don't see it.
Oh, okay. I guess for everybody and everything else, yeah, okay, it's on, right? All right, I guess I'll stay right here. So, good morning for 8 more minutes. Good to see everybody. There's not a lot of excitement, obviously, in Rice right now. Commenting somebody earlier, it's only right about now the kind of the hardest excitement is picking up. And I'm not sensing a lot of excitement. So much as can we hurry up and get this over with. Attitude right now from a Rice standpoint, of course, that's across everything, but the brief overview for this year, I'm not gonna spend a huge amount of time. Obviously, we know the economic side of the situation, but we're still, I guess, still part of the bigger picture right now is the drought that we're still in. And probably not getting talked about enough at this point. I think the graphic I saw yesterday was we're about 14 inches behind still as of like October 1 of last year. And frankly, to me, that doesn't go far enough because the drought started about mid-June of the year before for the Delta side if we start backtracking. So since October of last fall, only 1 month has had equal to or above average rainfall for the month. That was just May. Every other month has been a deficit. Compared to normal ever since then to get us here. So, seeing that in terms of, obviously we got an really good start to the year in terms of planning, but we were planning into a lot of variable moisture conditions, a lot of powder. Ultimately, where we got into enough moisture, very good stands, and it was extremely warm in the early part of April. So we had rice emerging much faster than we're typically used to that time of year. But along with that came the variable moisture and a lot of erratic, uneven stands. So in a pretty quick blink, we went to, hey, I'm up to 3-leaf rice. Not sure if I have enough to keep. And about that time, some more rice started coming up. And we had a good enough stand, but we had 3 to 4-leaf rice in there, but just emerging to 1-leaf rice. We posted and shared a lot of pictures along the way of, all the way back to germinating seed in the ground still at that time, all in the same window, and just goes back to drought, not raining, not having any moisture underneath, kind of struggling from there. So a lot of uncertainty right out of the gate with that. Then it's kind of that created large issues with our residual herbicides. Obviously with that being that dry, there wasn't huge weed pressure coming at that time, but we were struggling to what we were going to spend money on in an already tough year to put out residuals that we knew rain wasn't coming to activate. Though we had rain chances that kept disappearing and not ever happening. So we kept applying some and not really getting activation. We did get to find out that under drought conditions, some of those residual herbicides do seem to hang around without activation a little bit longer than you would normally expect. A lot of times we say once you spray it, if it hasn't been activated in about a week, you can somewhat start acting like it's not really there anymore. Command's always a little funny, a little different in that regard. So we need to be a little more cautious with it, but it was pretty dramatic. The amount of command that went out that went 14 plus days without any activating rainfall. And once it did get even a shower, just how much was still there. And how active. So that was kind of an interesting learning process for everybody who never get to see it under those conditions that time of year. Shifting from that, obviously, into we kind of turned the corner into May, and then suddenly we cooled off quite a bit compared to April, and the rain returned. Well, now we have grass pressure, we have flat sedge pressure, on a day that it's not raining, the wind's blowing 25 miles an hour. So what do you do? And that's pretty much how we spent the entirety of the month of May, is how do we get any applications out under these conditions? And that kind of led into the early part of June where I was struggling from an outlook standpoint, like how good this crop even has a chance of being with the state everything was in, but we started to get some windows finally, and had with a little diligence and arguably a little bit of luck, did do pretty well in cleaning up a lot of the mess. And I'm not saying it's the cleanest crop we've ever seen, but compared to how things looked at one point, I've been fairly amazed from top to bottom in the state, just how much we did kind of catch up and clean the crop up and how good it does look at this moment. So, that was kind of the jump through that point. Still had some rains and showers lingering and giving us some more difficulty all the way into early June, still trying to get some stuff to flood. Some things got fertilized and flooded very late, like we keep trying to avoid, but it did happen, when May kept us on our heels. As we move into the summer and the rains have quit, I can speak for this station. I think in the last 30 plus days, I'll just leave it at that. I would say more than a month, 1 inch of rainfall total in the last 30 plus days. I think I could go back 40 something days or even more, and it's like 1.1 inches. A great increase. So if you hang around for the tours and everything tomorrow, obviously it's going to be a little bit dusty. I think it's turned into an extreme through the month of June, actually, in a way that kind of favored this area station more. Great rainfall was actually happening, kind of to the point of, okay, that's about enough. And then, well, then it just stopped. So depending on where you stand in the state as we move through June and July, I think there was one window for Northeast Arkansas. If you were standing in the right spot, it rained 2, maybe 3 tenths about every third day for about 2 weeks there. Something repeated and staying a little bit milder, but most weren't that fortunate. Some in the southeast corner have been tagged a little bit more at times along the way. So it's very much been haves and have-nots for some rainfall through the summer, but mostly pretty cloudy conditions. The upside of that, disease pressure has been pretty low. Any blast reports have been very minimal on anything. A few applications to again, kind of cover ourselves, make sure it doesn't get away. Most sheet flight pressure was really low. Those areas that got the regular repeated rainfall there for a couple of weeks had a little bit more blowups in their case, with things trying to get out of the top, but most of the rest of it staying very low in the canopy. Probably still some CYA applications more than I would like to see, making sure it stayed down the canopy, but most of it kind of getting away, and now we're staring down the beginning of harvest. A little bit of rice already cut in the greater Stuttgart area toward Pine Bluff, easily from the right side. More will be going as this week progresses right now. Some may even fire up and down the road here, even as early as today. Thought they would start yesterday, but hadn't seen them actually going yet. So questions turning to more heavier draining. Those efforts, stink bugs have been pretty low. Fortunately, they started having a little uptick here in the last week and a half, starting to treat some acres, particularly as we again move the conversation into Northeast Arkansas. 50-50. Some may be half threshold, some are 1.5 times threshold, some fields treated, some not. As we've seen before in the past, and this just come up in the last few days, all the way up in far North Arkansas, definitely seeing where we're getting past the cutout point, 60% straw color or more kernels, and starting to see kind of a pretty good uptick in stink bug numbers in those fields. And that's, work we started doing probably 10 years ago now, looking at that insecticide termination point that back before we had any of that data, Gus and I recommended fields be sprayed that we found out in the subsequent years that we couldn't have recommended be sprayed because it didn't result in any losses or even pecks. So we'll be trying to hold some of those applications off. We don't know exactly what they're doing in there, but they're not going to do damage to the rice grain at that point. So some of those late upticks like we saw, I think that was 2015 season, the last time we really saw some pretty crazy numbers on in rice that had already been drained and is really about ready to be harvested. And still picking up some big numbers. Don't know what they're doing, but they're not tagging rice grains, so we'll kind of watch it from there, but, still questions on overall acres and where that lands. Everybody, I think, has seen and where, we're currently pointed at least from this June survey, 850,000 acres planted. For us, really, the more important number is that harvested acreage projected, meaning, what we actually have, so that already puts you down at 840. And by next week, we'll have the first certified acreage report, which is normally pretty close to what it is final. We'll have that next week to see if it even makes it to that, keeps it at 840, 850 range or 50 and lower. And I'm wondering if it's still not closer to 800, than to that 840, 850. So kind of a wait and see, but a lot of late, very late deadline or immediately past deadline, signups of certification. So I'm hoping it all does actually make it into that report in that time. In theory, there's enough time for that to happen, but I don't have anything to do with that process, of getting that data entered and fully in there. So we'll still got that question. That's my quick run through. That's what I've got, Mr. Chairman. Anybody got questions, conversation?
Did most of the wax ice recover well in the state?
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to cover that. Thank you, Paul. So, it's kind of a big story this year. That was probably the single most common call for 2-3+ week period. For us was high card injury on max age rice, and that was during the worst of the cool, wet, cloudy window that we were running through. So we've had max age technology for, let's call it 5 years now. That sounds about right in my mind. Always some potential for flashing and injury, not completely uncommon, but this year was the first time I hadn't recommended any replants, from the severity of injury from it, and I wasn't the only one for that. So, that tells you kind of how extreme some of that turned out to be. But we had, the one existing, the 7331, it's been around for 4 or 5 years, kind of from the beginning, and then the new 7531. Well, both of them had similar shares of injury. A whole lot more 7531 planted out there this year. So, probably some idea that one maybe was more sensitive, but I looked at plenty of 7331 in the fields that we, again, been growing for years. So it really screams the conditions, and then we're gonna have to watch it going forward. But yeah, it was not pretty tough taking.
Have you been able to dig in those to see if there were some other factors? I've had it all 5 years. And I will tell you, and don't play lucky. It's the least flat of any rice I've grown.
I'm still gonna use the word love. There's still a little bit of love, but
I said I don't hear that.
but in most instances, the problem is there's always gonna be some other stress there to help put it over the top. And in most all of these cases we looked at, I mean, it's a different one. It's not just one running theme. I mean, yeah, if we're too close coming out of Clearfield full page rotation, where there may be some more of that lingering, that's gonna be one that's gonna set it off for more potential injury. But other herbicides we've used, whether the ground has been cut, and so we just got stress from compacted areas and stuff like that. All those things are stacking it up. And in some cases, it's even, the plane pattern under the conditions of the day, where you can see where, oh, they may have had to hug down a little bit tighter. Given, susceptible something next to them, stuff like that. There's one field in particular, you could actually see the injury getting worse moving across, and it was from wind direction, that every time they went across, they couldn't really racetrack, but they were working off of an edge, and every time they moved up, it kept getting worse and worse because they kept redrifting into the same upfield area, and it just progressed with the masses. So that a lot has gone into it, and we tried to find, obviously, the common denominator. That would be nice, and say, just don't do that. But that unfortunately wasn't it. Yeah. Just that added stress kind of opens the door. Take the stress.
Garrett, I've got a question for you.
we saw this in a couple of fields where we had a terrible ryegrass problem early. When we sprayed Select. Well ahead of the, what is it, 30 day?
Yeah.
Replant. I had to replant the rice, they come up and died. Have you seen that? I mean, like, on extremely dry conditions, I just didn't know. if
We have now. That was this year.
Okay, all
No,
right.
that was.
I just wondered if it was just me, because I mean, we had, a couple of fields where rice came up and froze.
We had a bunch of fields of not even specifically Select, but pick some of the other burn downs, whether burning down using, including 2,4-D, dicam, and some of the other ones that we have X number of days, 21, 22 day plant back, 30 day Select, stuff like that. Where, I mean, we were kind of drawn up going, this is not the year, there are years, guys, go ahead and push the envelope, not, I'll use some of the others, that's probably more common examples of pushing the days envelope as well. It's only been 14 days on 240, but there's been some rain and stuff, and they go a little early, don't see any problem. And this was the kind of year we were hopping up and down going, no. It's there. Nothing has happened to break this down like it should. A ton of our pick a herbicide, whether it should have a true residual weed control component or just kind of lives there, whether it's really controlling anything from an injury standpoint. Most of your breakdown of residuals and those compounds and everything, you go back to microorganisms. And the example I kept giving this spring was microorganisms aren't too active in the desert. So when it is just completely powder dry on top, that hot and baked out, nothing much has happened. That stuff just laying there, waiting for something to pick it up, activate it, and then we end up with rice in there. Well, it's picking it up. It's just laying there. And so that was the extreme. Just one version of the question marks we had, even going all the way back to fall applied residuals. Even things applied on soybeans last year, kind of on the late side that we normally never see anything. There were several oddities in rice fields this year that kind of along the lines of some other unknown stuff. I'm not saying I know for sure it was carryover from soybean herbicide last year, but there was nothing left on the list for it to be when it came down to it. Like that's all that's left. And so it kind of reminded, it didn't look like herbicide, but years ago we used to run a lot more late Flex Star and stuff. And it seemed like for a few years there, that's about all Bob and I looked at from a carryover standpoint was, yep, it's late applied. We can't get it to repeat. We can't tell you exactly what it looks like. We just got where we knew it when we saw it. So that's what it has to be. And this year had shades of that, not specific to that herbicide, but just carryover going. That's what it's gotta be. Everything else, and it doesn't match any other pattern. It's this erratic, weird stuff going on. So we've never seen a drought like this one, through the winter, certainly not in any of our lives or careers. So, all these herbicides, it's, new ground for us on that behavior.
Anything new for fall ryegrass control?
Now, you better hope you keep your hands on Vermoxone.
Did you learn anything from the teacher?
Yeah, from Bolito. So it continued to do what we expected, which is about a 25-30% reduction in command injury, but there's a wrinkle to that. I mean, the pattern's the same as the previous research day. That's a positive. The downside is in the drought conditions, I'm afraid there's gonna be some mistakes made going in next year. Because at some, even in the testing, obviously like field level guys, nobody was getting crazy, but we were still doing tolerance trials running a lot higher rates. For instance, right out here, when I run 25 ounces of command out here, there should not be any rice left. I didn't kill any of it. Any of it. I turned it nice and white, but I didn't kill any of it. That tells you right there. So what we saw more partially was guys that maybe had been running 10 ounces to shave off some injury in the past, use Boluto, ran more like 12 ounces, more of a normal, gallon to 10 type rate. Very little injury. Hey, we run 16 next year. It's gonna kill something. Boluto's not gonna, it doesn't allow us to just keep running up. It's gonna provide that improvement. And maybe some other things as well. That's kind of in the works. From a command standpoint, again, you're looking at 25-30% reduction. compared to your normal rates. You keep running the demand rate up and you just kind of take away everything that you gain. And it could bring some more risk to the table. Some guys have already talked about doubling their demand rate. And it's, I'm not too excited about that when it turns wet after that application.
But spraying ryegrass is just, you can forget it if you get to that point, they had a plant of rice, I mean, that's what we're seeing, I mean, lots. Well, the select thing, you know, I mean, that's got me gun shy now from what. I mean, there's no other option, is there in the spring other than,
Trying your Moxel twice. I mean, that's about it. But yeah, that's kind of what we get down to. I mean,
All applications, man.
yeah, sorry, once you get to that
Well,
point,
see, the
pre-plant, not.
the field that I had so much trouble, one or two that I had so much trouble with the ryegrass, it got command in the fall.
Yeah, it was dry.
Yeah.
It's so dry,
That's
you
just
know,
nothing, yeah.
Mine didn't work very well either.
yeah,
2 shots of Remoxone already.
yeah.
On the-
Small.
On the high card damage, what did you see was the best way to mitigate damage?
To prevent it from happening at all? or
No,
to-
once you had it, what was the best practices to help the rice recover the quickest?
You know how to make it warm up and get sunny. That was pretty much it.
Depth of flood, dry the soil.
I mean, a ton of this was happening pre-flood in these conditions, and it was just, again, for that window, the ground kept staying wet. Kept, the cloudy pool kept coming back, we'd get a few days out of it and go, but I mean, the more telling of the extreme is, typical ACCA's injury, if it was. Sometimes we just see flashing out of it, not too big a deal. Once in a blue moon in past years, you would see where it was actually severe enough where it would knock out the main tiller. But that early, you're never really gonna see a yield drag from that, because all the tillers will just take care of it that early and you just move on. This is the first time I've seen secondary tillers start to die. And that's not normal really for that herbicide technology, and that's how extreme it got this year with that rice not growing off and getting out of it and the conditions there. It just wouldn't turn it loose. So that's where a lot of some of those replant situations came in. I mean, it's not getting better, nothing's gonna change. We just gotta start over and do something. And if you really wanted to baby it and help it get out of there, it means you can't do anything stressful to it, like additional herbicides and things. So we were turning very fast into grown up messes that we weren't gonna be able to reclaim. So just burn it all down, go against. Again, that was not widespread, that extreme, but we hadn't seen that before. Or even had to recommend it or worry about it. Normally, it's just wait and give it a minute, don't touch it, don't look at it, and it just kind of pops back out of there, but it wouldn't want to do that this year.
About FMC's do herbicide, grass herbicide, FMC's.
Couple years away. Give Trizopyrin. By this fall, we should know the trade names, so you don't have to try to say that one anymore. But, yeah, it's fun. Try saying give Trizopyrin a few times. But from a grass standpoint, post looks good. It's gonna be a 2-shot program. I mean, it's gonna be, I don't like taking it too far from a comment that it's necessarily yet thinking it's gonna be this good, but kind of a STAM-like approach from back in the day. You're gonna hit it twice. It's gonna be pretty broad spectrum from a grass. We'll see just how good it really is on flat sedge. Looks decent to begin with. We hope to get more data to say just how good. Start picking up some other stuff we're having difficulty controlling, more broadly. Still early stage, again, grass focused at the moment, but getting heavier this year into the other weeds of concern. Kind of tracking there, but we're still 2 years away. And maybe we'll have canola in this coming spring in 27. The stack will win. Yeah.
When do you know for sure we'll have canola?
Oh, we don't know for sure, one way or another. It's there, it's been there long enough, they could rule at any time. Whether we're gonna have it or not. But we are, Jason, Bob and Tom are prepared to move forward with another section 18 on that one. To try to get it to some degree for 27. But we're hoping that's not necessary, we just get full registration. But it will need to go out with demand, it will be sold as a co-pack, once it is sold, not a pre-mix, as a co-pack, so I mean, you will get both when you buy it, but that is the way it needs to go out, so that you fill in some gaps with demand, if not, it doesn't pick up. So you want it to go out together, you do what you want with your demand rate part of it, but you'll want it in. Rice Delphacid. No news is good news. In Texas, Sam Rustin, my counterpart down there, finally sent me some pictures. They have their first few little hopper burn spots in main crop. It's literally a few spots in one field. Most of their population have been, virtually nothing, hard to find one. Only population outside of Texas we're at right now is in a greenhouse in Baton Rouge, where they're doing assays on. Nothing else in Louisiana or the rest of the upper mid-south. So hopefully it stays that way. We know that things migratory. It's why it was here in the 50s and 60s and disappeared. We don't know if that's what's trending again now suddenly. But they've also, on the back of kind of what we've learned and found the past year or so, and obviously us getting it a little bit too, is of course less and less rice acres in Texas part of it, but they're also relying more on the neonics instead of pyrethroids for stink bug control. And we know how much worse pyrethroids can make the Delphacid if those applications come out. So we're hoping that's actually, maybe that's partially responsible with removing that kind of from the system. It's not, have that extra flaring potential. May not have anything to do with it, but that's one theory that may be helping keeping those populations low. And so we're kind of losing confidence. This is a good one to be confident in, losing confidence they're gonna show up and have any risk of any issue, and whether Nick's gonna be able to get much of any data. Obviously, if they don't show up, he's gonna repurpose some of those efforts towards stink bug control for those plots he planted really late and everything. So we're gonna get some data on something we need one way or another. It just may or may not be Delphacid, and I just assume it not be, frankly. That thing won't be fun if it decides to make a home in the South.
Thank you, Jared.
All right, thank y'all.
Dr. Griffith. You're next.
This one, yeah. There it goes. That's just a flag. Oh, man. I will be it from you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Slayton, for inviting me to talk to the board. And mine is kind of give a report on some of the research that we've been doing on the Hill. We've been pretty busy last crop year. This is kind of a highlight of some of the presentation that I gave at the industrial engineering. So you're gonna see a lot of slides here going, but I try to go very slow, and these slides are available, should be available to anybody who wanna look at them in details. This is a study that we are doing in collaboration with Jared, and Jared helped us a lot in the agronomic aspects here. I wanna acknowledge some of the support, and Yuling is here, and Kaushik down there in Harrisburg. So next slide, please. And is it going? Yes. And so from a project objective standpoint, this project, we are looking at milling yields, and particularly you then look at the optimal harvest moisture content that will give us those high milling yields. We took a very ambitious approach, working with Jared. We selected about 10 cultivars that you people grow. Most of the cultivars that you're going to see here are very familiar to you. And then we also have put in here some historical cultivars like cypress as well as west. And this is because we have some data from previous studies that shows the trend for cypress. We wanted to see how that gets compared with some of these cultivars that we have. We have wells there because in some previous studies, we have also seen some of the performance of wells. So we have these two streams that we wanted to look at. Then we looked at fishery prosperity of these cultivars during the field, during harvest, and then also look at some of the parts of the post-harvest processes. There's a collaboration that we're doing with UNIN that's trying to phenotype 181 lines. These 181 lines are geared towards a study that is trying to come up with a new fishery-assisted cultivar. So you're going to see some of those data as we go along. So I wish I could move that myself. But then I can move pretty quick. This cannot move it, right? Yeah. So very quickly I'll go through some of the highlights here. What you're seeing there is the harvest moisture content ranges that we studied. Last crop here. We planted our cultivars in Stuttgart and in Harrisburg. On the left side there, you see the data points, for harvest moisture content. And then harvest events there simply means the times that we went into the field to pick rice. So we started early, as you can see, the first harvest event, the moisture content tend to be higher. And then we went in the field step by step to be able to capture all those harvest moisture content ranges. Now, what you see there is in Stuttgart, we started harvesting slightly late, simply because the planting date was slightly offset based on the data that Gerald gave us. And so we were able to pick moisture content ranges from about 29 to 14% samples for Stuttgart, Harrisburg 33 to 15%. So we were able to collect all this, and all these samples were hand harvested. So we went to the field, hand harvested those samples, brought them up in the truck, then went down to Fairfield and did all the threshing, the drying, and all the other operations for our study. The next slide, please. What I see there is kind of a heat map. That heat map is showing us what were the changes in the head rice yield as the harvest events increased. Basically, as on the initial harvest moisture, on the initial day of harvest, second day, and all that. Very clear from this heat map, you can see that as we progressed down the line, down the harvesting line, those milling yields also dropped. Cypress there stands out very well. It's reducing about 60-something% on the initial harvest. We have a few other cultivars that are also standing up very well. But in general, from both graphs, what you can see there is really the harvest moisture content is going to play around in the head rice you're going to see. And also the later that rice stays in the field, the more you start seeing more and more breakages of those rice. And next slide, please. So what I wanted to highlight in this one here is what are those highest recorded head rice yields by cultivar and harvest moisture content. Which cultivars and at what moisture content we were seeing the highest recorded head rice yield. In Cypress all the way down to CN 118 there. You can see the milling yields and the corresponding harvest moisture content. What we generally see from this that most of these cultivars tend to show us higher recorded head rice yields at slightly higher moisture contents. In the exception of a few cultivars that really were of interest to me, like when I look at a cultivar like RT732, 73302, we are still able to get some high head rice yield, even at about 16-something% harvest moisture content, which tells me that those kind of cultivars that are able to give us very high head rice yield and lower moisture content, they are more resilient to weather events. They can stay in the field for slightly longer and still able to give us very, very high milling yields. And so a few factors play into this chart. I know there's fishery resistance, a factor that play into these cultivars. There are also factors like maybe non-uniform or uniformity of maturity, as well as some chalk formation. And we are looking at chalk in all these cultivars. I don't have the data here, but that information is also available for us, just to be able to see what played a role in some of these data that we see here. Moving forward, This is like a combined graph with several data points here for Harrisburg and StateGate. The x-axis there is telling us the harvest moisture content, the y-axis there is telling us the headlines here. This is a very familiar trend from some of the studies that we've done in the rice processing program. Obviously, there's that optimal point where you start seeing a drop in milling yields. And so if you combine all the data, regardless of where you start, you see a range of about 21% or so. That's something familiar from our previous studies. If you separate, the second graph there, you separate the locations, you start seeing the trend. Again, we still peak at the same area. So 21, 22, 23 kind of give us that about harvest moisture content that gives us a high milling yields. Now, we know very well, if you move on a little bit to the next slide. Yeah, so I went ahead and split that again because low grade and medium grades definitely behave differently. But you can see at the bottom, the green line there, green shaded section there is kind of giving us the range. The medium grades, we can afford to go slightly higher in our harvest moisture contents compared to the long grains. And so kind of a difference there, of course, that we are all familiar with. Now, I wanted to say that, when you look at this information, is a little bit challenging because I know that the higher we go in terms of harvest moisture content, the more the harvesting efficiency is also impacted, right? The rice is still greener. And so I think there's a compromise on how higher we can go in terms of harvest moisture content as we try to get those higher milling yields. But we also have another additional constraint. Some of this rice has to go in on-farm in dryers. I have developed a chart that is available on our extension website that tells us, for our normal weather conditions, we cannot afford to dry in most of these our bins unless if you have heat, you harvested that rice at more than 18%. So again, this is okay, as long as you're taking this rice into high temperature cross-flow column dryers. But if you are thinking of drying this on-farm bin dryers, then you need to be considerate of the fact that, your weather condition, whether you're using cables or not, may not allow you to be able to harvest this higher moisture content as much as you want to get those high milling yields. So next, please. Yeah, then I looked at the milling rates, how fast this bran is getting removed from this rice. Is this influenced by harvest moisture content? And how does it play in for different rice cultivars? So if you look on the bottom axis there, you are seeing different rice cultivars. On the y-axis there, you are seeing the surface lipid content, which is a measure of the degree of milling. There's lipid in the bran, and as you continue milling, you're reducing the lipid content. So essentially, the higher the surface lipid content, the less bran you remove. So lower degree of milling. The lower the surface lipid content, the more bran you have removed. So the more you dug into the rice, so the higher the degree of milling. And so you can see clearly that, when we mill that rice for 10 seconds, you can see the profiles for different cultivars. And then as we continue milling for next 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, all the way up to 40 seconds, we are scraping off that bran. But the rate at which that bran is getting removed is very different for different cultivars, very clearly from this graph. And even for different locations, we noticed that. Which means if we draw a line, that 0.4 surface lipid content line, that horizontal line, that represents or is close to what we call the well-milled rice, that whiteness that you're trying to target when you're milling your rice. And you will notice that if you look at the milling rates of those cultivars, some of those cultivars will take slightly longer to reach that. Some of them will reach there very quickly. DG, for example, mills very quickly. In the first 10 seconds, you've scraped off significant amount of bran. You're already past that whiteness line. And the more you mill, the more you're digging into that kernel. And so if you're measuring the milling yields, you're going to affect, the mass proportion of that. How about if you commingle them? If you commingle them, then this plays a great role. You are hunting some kernels, while some kernels are okay. And so if you look at the bulk samples, overall whiteness, overall degree of milling, within that bulk plot, there's some cultivars that have been hurt. And I think this is one of the areas that maybe we need to consider, on how we do our commingling, because it can significantly hurt some of the mixed kernels within. reduce significantly the head rice yields. And I'm gonna show in the next slides how that plays in. So this is a high harvest moisture content. We see the same trend when we harvest those rice at lower moisture content. The next slide. At lower moisture content, we see the same trend. But what I noticed that when we harvest at higher moisture content, and we bring those samples to the rice, and of course, all these samples are dried to 12.5% moisture content before milling. What we noticed that those rice that were harvested at slightly higher moisture content, it's easy to remove the bran faster compared to the ones that we let stay in the field. And I think this has something to do with the chemistry of the rice and the way the starch is just forming. And so that plays a role when you start milling it and affects the milling rate of some of these columns. So very clearly, the rice that is harvested at higher moisture content and the rice that's harvested at lower moisture content, they all have different milling rate. The bran removal tendencies are different. Next, please.
What moisture did you say you're drying it to mill?
We dry between 12 to 13%. So averagely about 12.5%. So how sensitive is this milling rate then? And from a grower standpoint, somebody like you, to be able to look at this, I looked at the head rice drop per unit change in the degree of milling. So how sensitive is this? Head rice drop per unit change in the degree of milling. To be able to do that, on the x-axis you have your head rice yield, on the y-axis you have your degree of milling, and that degree of milling can be in terms of surface liquid content. Some of you are familiar with the whiteness index. Some of you are familiar with the Satake milling degree, and so that can be on that x-axis there. And that head rice yield and that degree of milling tells you how sensitive those cultivars are to any unit drop in degree of milling. As you tend towards that whiteness, how much are you losing from a head rice yield standpoint? You can see those curves are very different for BE263L for various cultivars. And if you do some math, it's very easy to see that for just 1 percentage point drop on the surface liquid content number, you are dropping about 25.2 percentage points in head rice yield. So in our scale there, it is in decimal points. So we look at it from a 0.1 percentage point surface liquid content or degree of milling. You are losing about 2.5 percentage points in head rice yield. What that means is if you have in a bag lot and you commingle with this rice, and some of those cultivars are over-milled and some are under-milled, the ones that you have under-milled or over-milled are playing a role in changing your head rice yield numbers. And so we can see that. And so this is a degree of milling in terms of surface liquid content. I can show you the same figure. Can you go on the next slide? The same figure is what most of you are probably familiar with, the whiteness index. Surface liquid content is a terminology we developed in the rice processing program, but most of you are familiar with the whiteness index. So you can see on the x-axis there, you have the whiteness index. As you're milling that rice, you are tending towards a whiteness that you want, right? And how is that playing on changing your head rice yields? Again, you can see that for 1 percentage point change in whiteness index, as you tend towards that, you are actually cutting that head rice yield by about 0.61 percentage points. So sensitivity of the milling rate is very, very critical to understand in terms of really preserving some of the milling numbers that you are looking for. Next, this is just another same information, but in this case, looking at it from a milling degree standpoint. Again, some of you probably are familiar with this. I noticed that most people look at milling degree using different units. All right. So in the next slide, what I want to show, this next slide, like I mentioned, we looked at the fishery propensity, how the rice, these cultivars were fishing in the field. And we looked at field fishes, those fishes that are induced when the rice is still in the field. And then we looked at the impact of what a combine can do. For us to simulate what a combine can do, we subjected the rice to threshing mechanism. So we harvest the rice, we take the panicles, we look at the fishes before you thresh it, and then you thresh it, you look at how much fish has been added, and then you dry it. and then look at how much fishes have been increased from those columns. And then plotted that against the harvesting events, basically initial harvesting, second harvesting, and last harvesting. Again, you can see from all the locations that, as the days progress, when you start your harvesting, as days progress, the fisher numbers are increasing over time. But what was striking to us that when looked at all these numbers, the field fishes play the biggest role really in the overall fishes that the rice is having, that eventually translate in them breaking during milling. And so that is one thing that we observe in both locations. And another thing that we observe, we note here is that in our drying protocol, we dried our rice at very gentle conditions in the lab. What I would expect maybe in the industrial setup is high temperature drying. That is going to change the numbers for drying induced fishes they have. And so what we are trying to do this crop here is to try to play around with various drying durations and drying conditions to see how far our extreme drying conditions can affect those fisher numbers. Very quickly next, please. I'm not going to go into the details of that, but except I wanted to show you the left side of that, this one here. Basically, we have all the cultivars here, and these are the total fishes, the dried fish, the field-induced fishes, the dry-induced fishes, the threshing-induced fishes, and then the dry-induced fishes. What we see here is very, very telling to us, as we expect cypress tend to have very, very some fisher resistance. That was very evident here. Those our medium green cultivars, interestingly, have some very high levels of fishes in the field. But again, we notice that they have some higher head rising, which means although they tend to have more fishes, just because of their shape during the milling process, they are able to endure more forces, and therefore they tend to have slightly elevated head ratios with this. Whereas, as we have already known, as we probably expected, tended to have more fishes, both dried, field, and even the threshed sample species. And so this agreed with what we expected. Now, next slide, please. Just in finishing, this is a study that we are doing with the Urine and the Dead Bumpers team on the role of fisher resistance and chokiness governing the head rice yield. In this case, we were trying to look at the contribution of fisher resistance and chokiness in governing head rice yield, try to identify genes that can be used for improving head rice yield, and then we want to develop a user-friendly method for breeders to use to improve the head rice yield. This is an ongoing study, again, very ambitious. If you can move on. Where we, from their studies, from Urine studies, of course, they have identified some fisher-resistant gene in some of these cultivars. And so we were able to plant about 181 lines. These 181 lines are a selection from Urine's team. If you can move on, please. They are a selection from Urine's team that we grew in the crop year. And what we were trying to look at is how does the fishery change? How does the head rising change over the various harvest times? What they are hoping is that at the end of the day, they want to pick some of these cultivars that are stronger and use them in their breeding program. So this study was initially just to do a screening study where we harvested them at different moisture content ranges, brought them in the lab. And so I just want to show you some of the screening studies that we did. This is for the harvest moisture content range. The next one is a screening that shows us the head rice yield distribution for these cultivars. Again, 181 line, we're talking about 1,600 plus experimental units. So we looked at the distribution of the head rice yield as the moisture content changed. And so again, we start seeing an optimum place there for the distribution of the moisture for the head rice yield and harvest moisture content. And then next slide, please. This is chokiness data for the 181 lines. Again, Most of them really had very little chalk, but we had some of those samples that had a high number of chalk. This is a distribution of the whiteness index for all those 181 lines in the next place. And so from this, it's a study in progress, but we have been able to identify out of these 181 lines, the top lines with higher heterogeneous and what are the corresponding harvest moisture contents. Again, you can see within this group, cypress is standing up as well. The next slide, we have also identified from this study some of the top lines with minimum Fisher kernel percentage. And so what Julian and team are hoping to do is to do a DNA sequence kind of a thing and be able to map the genetics, and hopefully through some of the breeding work, we are able to go ahead and do some selections that can assist in developing the next generation high Fisher resistant kernels. Next please, in finishing. Yeah, so this is a study from Julian's team that shows some of the Fisher resistant markers that they have identified that are going to assist in the breeding. And they have also identified some major genes that they are going to utilize in conjunction with the screening work that we are doing to kind of help move forward with the next. So in finishing, I think the next slide is just the last one, please. The last one. Yeah, so just in finishing this, I want to say that it's a still ongoing study, and this copy, I think we'll continue refining the harvest moisture content, the Fisher resistance issues. We'll do more screening for the 181 lines, and hopefully Dr. Julian and his team can move on to do much more genetic work, and maybe sometime later on, we'll try to see if we can plant some of these cultivars in the field and do some testing. So with that, I want to stop and just welcome any question if there is. I know it was difficult to follow because he had to move on the slides, so I apologize if I took too long in the process. Any questions or thoughts or suggestions? Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Gentlemen, it's-
Good afternoon. I'm going to give you a quick overview of Foundation Seed commercialization. And I figured we could have more of a conversation and less of me talking at you. So this is my fourth season managing the Foundation Seed program. One of the things that we've been trying to do is increase quality and increase customer service. So one of the steps we've been taking is if anybody is a seed grower within the state, they want me to come look at their fields, offer them to come look at fields, anything looks funny, pull samples, send the genetics off, run things down, and then let everybody know what we're seeing. We've also been taking some steps to improve quality. So we've moved our breeder head row. Used to in the past, beginning this year, we moved it from the breeders growing the breeder head rows separately. So we're now embedding breeder head rows within our Foundation Seed fields. So this year I have 12 acres of Aroma 22. I've got 6 acres of Aroma 22 on the left of the breeder head rows, 6 acres on the right. That way we're maintaining the breeder head rows as pure as possible. We've also introduced the Q sorter. So I think I've talked to the board about the Q sorter in the past. It allows us to image every single kernel, and then it will discard things that are a little too long, a little too fat, a little too short. We really plan on having that up and running for the 2025 seed that we planted in 2026. The problem is I don't think the company understood how abrasive rice can be, so we've had to replace all those plastic parts with stainless steel parts to get some longevity out of that. But all of our Aroma 22 did go through that process this year. And then for the last several years, we've also been planting observation bays. So for every lot that we sell, or not lot, but variety that we sell, I hang back a bag of seed. I take that bag of seed and I will plant it in a strip. We don't rogue it. We just treat it like it's rice that we're growing. We cut that. We send it to the state plant board for certification. It's not officially certified, but that way, if there is a problem or anything, we see that. So we do that for 2 years for every variety. So we'll have a registered jasmine, or not jasmine, or a registered Ozark. And then we'll cut that, send that off, and then we will piece a bag of seed from that, and then we will have a certified Ozark. That way, we kind of have a better understanding of what our seed growers are seeing. So if there is an issue, one, we can lay eyes on it and let people know, hey, we're seeing a problem, look out for this. Or two, if somebody has a problem in their field, it gives me something as a baseline to go look at ahead of walking somebody's field. So some issues that we did have in 2026, just so we're open with everybody. This was the first year that I've been here that we've had any red rice. We had red rice show up in 2 of our varieties, Aroma 22 and Diamond. The way we handled that is we re-cleaned those varieties and then we sampled them all the way down to the super bag level. So we treated each individual super bag like it was a lot. So for that one bag, in every bag, we had the state plant board come in and pull the complete samples from that so that we were comfortable selling that seed. They did pass, every single bag passed, and then we did reach out to all of our seed customers and give them a phone call and say, this is what we saw, this is where we're at, do you want your seed? If anybody did not want their seed for that reason, we just let them go ahead and not pick it up. Our orders this year are double what they were last year. Last year, we were slightly under 2,000 units of seed ordered. This year, we're slightly above 4,000. The lion's share of the increase is all in Aroma 22. That has been one that's been very hard for us to gauge. The aromatic market has kind of been up and down. We've been moving towards we only grow 20% over the orders that we received model. So we had people, beating our door down for seed this year that we did not have. But we have a lot of orders this year, so those are up. Any questions on foundation seed that I can fill for anybody? Yes.
I don't necessarily have a question, but I do have a comment. I'm not even sure that I need to be commenting this to you or who. The only issue I have as a grower is the way that the Department of Ag or whoever's in charge of doing the billing for like seed sampling, labeling, any of the fees associated, with growing foundation seed. You get an email that I hope I see, and then don't realize I hadn't paid it. Then I get another email telling me I hadn't paid it, and I have to look. Anyway, I start working backwards. And to my knowledge, the only option to pay it electronically is with a credit card. I mean, at least if we're gonna go that route, I'm just saying, whoever I need to speak to, if we're gonna go that route, let's do an e-check or something besides a credit card. Or back to paper bills. It's just very confusing to me anyway, but I'm bad about jumping up through and over emails that I don't necessarily know that it's coming. Does that make sense?
Yes, so on the, what's coming from the Department of Ag, I can't speak to that.
And I'm not certain exactly, it's like when I get a bill for, like a seed sampling, like when I get my final or my lab work, whoever is sending the bill, I can't tell you it's coming to me from the Department of Ag or who it's coming from.
But they send their bills email now.
But we send them email, and then if it's easier for us, and we looked at that email, and the email's coming auto-generated from Workday. So we'll start sending paper bills too, because the auto-generated from Workday, sometimes.
And I don't necessarily have a problem with the email bill, I'd rather have paper because when I get paper, the emails I'm on to jump through.
Email billing may be good for people that sit in the office all day, but for
Right.
us, I may look at it there, but when I sit
Yeah,
down,
or not even realize you looked at it.
or sit down and, when I sit down to do bills, if it's paper, I'm rolling. If I think about emails, I'll go back and I may not even send it.
Maybe 500.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, or erase it, and I realize, there's a lot of industries, y'all, plant board and y'all wanna go email, but paper's how we roll. And that's how it needs to keep going and not change.
So on the emails, that was part of our move to Workday, that's kind of our new system for everything, but I can start making sure that everybody receives a paper bill. If that makes it easier on your end.
I think it'd make it,
I would rather, yeah, exactly. I mean, I would rather do a paper bill or best if we're just kind of getting in the rut of, we're doing the email stuff. I don't want to pay bills with a credit card.
So I can send you a paper bill that you will still receive, just so when they create the invoice in our system, it will generate an email. We can follow that up with paper bills.
Thank you.
Any other questions on Foundation C?
where are we on the next, release? You get that?
Next release, so, Dr. Shaw and Dr. DeGuzman will address that more tomorrow and let you see them. I do have a new long grain that we are increasing for Dr. Shaw this year. And then we also have a, aromatic variety that we're increasing for Dr. DeGuzman. No decision has been made on release of those. If one is made this fall and there is a release, we'll reach out to all of our seed growers. So there's a possibility of a new long grain and a new, aromatic variety. On the aromatic, we're really wanting to make sure that it meets the same quality standards as Aroma 22. It seems it's finally found some traction, so we don't want to, unless it's superior, we don't want to. And then on the long grain, Dr. Shaw, the variety he has, there's actually two separate populations, so I asked the board this question. We have a PETA version of the same line and a non-PETA version, and the non-PETA version yields a little bit better. Well, in the board's opinion, you know, which one would you feel is, you know, the one you would go with? Something with a little less yield and blast resistance, or maximum yield but no blast resistance? We have them side by side.
What's the yield?
What's the main, where with qualities, more what I'm concerned about.
Dr. Shaw?
The, quality, you mean, million year?
Yes, sir.
Million years based on what we say is very slight improvement of the other.
But both lines, though, you're talking about.
Yeah, it's essentially same, but only once I purify in PETA always carry a big fragment. Sometimes you got people say a yield gram to it. So that's you look pretty much similar to each other. They say.
So for what it's worth. And I think we need to be shooting for stability. I think I don't know the yield difference, but additional fungicides, risk of blast, those type things. Personally, myself, I would rather go with something that had more stability and more disease resistance. I mean, with this changing weather environment and climate and whatnot, who knows when we're going to receive prolonged wet, cloudy weather conditions that are conducive to blast.
What is the yield differential?
Dr. Shaw, you know the yield difference?
No, we never actually. They always segregating was PETA. First time we be able to purify it. That's.
So when we cut our, you know, they're side by side, so when we cut those, we'll be able to calculate it. We'll cut the lane.
Reason I'm asking, John, from buyers all the way to producers, they're wanting to know when something's coming down. They want confidence. They wanna know, it's been long, how long those already been out, when we get something else. We need to get, we've given y'all the tools that's supposed to speed this up. And we need to be able to tell the farmer, or even the buyers, what's going on.
Yeah, so we should know by the winter meeting, we'll have a release decision on it. I'd say it's looking favorable with us having the increase. But there's always a chance that something's gonna fall on its face that last year of testing. We hope not, but that is always a possibility. Sometimes you'll have something that'll do good, 1 year, and then the next year it just completely, the weather changes, different environment, it just falls flat.
Hey, John, do we have any commercial releases right now without the PETA gene?
Without, Dr. Shaw.
The commercial release.
But anything commercial without PETA.
Yeah, we got, the CL 21, CL 16 with PETA. Then the, non-medium grade of PETA.
Diamond has PETA,
But
right?
EVL 4 have PETA. That's essentially what we have, the lease. Part of the lease. In the past, Jewel had a PO too.
Diamond also has PETA. And then not on Ozark, right?
What did Jared say? New release, PETA or no PETA?
Playing with fire.
What I
So
thought.
as an example, we consistently have released over the past couple of rounds of releases, we have released a variety with PETA and a variety without. And the market overwhelmingly time has selected the one without, with the higher yield. At some point, that's gonna bite us, but that was, when Jewel would, had PETA, CLL 16 has had PETA. And in each instance, the one without has been the one with the greater market share with in some cases, just slightly higher yield. But that's where it's gone. So, I lean on the side of not having to worry as much about blast and taking that. But the market keeps screaming every time we do go that route and leave just a little yield on the table. It goes the other way.
And that's not just a recent trend.
Nope.
What's that?
You go back to the new bonnet days. We released Katie and Katie had a pretty short life at the time.
There was another one, Francis, I think, wasn't it one that blast got a hold of it real bad? Something like that.
I know we've got a lot of, we've had advances in fungicides, cultural practices, things like that that can help minimize some of the blasts, but I'm like, yeah, we take so much risk anyway. I think most growers probably don't even know if it's got the PETA gene or not. So, I mean, I don't know if we're setting them up for a situation where they get hit hard one year and they don't even, them or the consultants may not realize the blast ratings are tied to the PETA gene and it may or may not have it.
Well, we'll have all the data in this fall. The board has a seat on the plant material release committee. So we'll share all that information and they can distribute all of that, to the board members. And then you guys will have input through your member on the committee on, how it feels.
I hate to say what I used to do or how old I am or what, but I mean, I was just out of college and back here when New Bonnet and Blast and Ben Lake and, everything we did, Dr. Lee's studies, everything we did was trying to minimize the effect of blast. And I think through breeding and variety development, we addressed that, plus cultural practices and some other things. We addressed it and it's not that big of a factor anymore, but I'd hate to go back to those.
We did plant at a couple locations this year, a quote, old ARPP, where we included Star Bonnet, the New Bonnet, I think K Bonnet. Wales, Francis, Roy J. Taggart, Ozark, probably even something out. There are about 10 of them progression through the years. To start with Star Bonnet, actually, that's been a topic of curiosity about that performance and some of the older stuff, and not as much necessarily the yield part, but the milling and what do they mill. Way we're planting them now, growing them now, seeding rates, fertilization, everything. So curiosity there. We'll see how that goes.
If I was gonna go back to those days, did Francis and LaGrue, they didn't have blast resistance, did they? Francis or LaGrue?
Francis did.
Francis came out ground for blast.
Francis got hammered the last 7 years, but when he came out.
I mean, those are our 220, 230 bushel yielders here on the prairie for many years.
Yep.
No, man, there's a water horse around here. It dominated acres around here for years. Francis, LaGrue. Anyway, that's it.
I got a question. If you were talking about, I think you were talking about the aromas, but I'll probably do it for all varieties, where you're looking at the grain length and the grain width and the characteristics. I know there's a lot of talk in the industry right now about those things, the length and width. are you looking at it based on the variety characteristic and does it meet the variety? Or are you looking at it from a quality standpoint, just it meeting what industry standards might be for it?
So I'll fill this one back to Dr. Shaw again, you know, the breeders are the ones making the selections. But I would say on the release end, we're wanting to make sure we hit the quality, you know, we were, you know, the field days, we've heard people mention that our export markets are wanting quality rice. I think in general, we're probably gonna have an internal shift more towards quality, less towards yield. But you know, we have to try to stay viable and make sure we're serving our stakeholders too. So if that's the way the industry is going is, you know, quality and yield are now equal instead of yield being higher than quality, then that's how we'll face our selection. That's Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, I'm not sure I got your question right, yeah.
Can you rephrase that for Dr. Shaw?
Yeah, I was just curious, when you're doing the quality selection per variety, is that selection made but just based on that variety's characteristics? Or is it based on what the industry standard needs to be for quality?
We look at what industry standard, not just the variety, what we get. We try to do the best. You know, y'all put out something up, US rice meeting, I guess, Dr. Sleipner present your length of comma, Loma, strong Loma, and the chocolate, all those kind of things. Yeah, we try to see what industry need. We set our standard on that need, industry need. So that's what we try our best, but the problem is that like Jasmine breeding, you didn't have a whole lot of the resources. You need lots of instrument, those kind of things to do analysis. You only can do a very small sample at a time. So it's a hinder the progress on that. So that's just to say, we do our best. Like a Loma, you got gene, you track the marker for, but the gene didn't tell you how strong the Loma is. You got to still go back to the tasting. So that's something frustrating, so not straightforward. But to answer your question, we do what industry? The need Western Foods or any other people that what they need, we set this criteria, we use that as a criteria to select. But take a little bit harder to get exactly, say 7.0 millimeter mass corner, but in reality, take a very, you want to looking for that kind of characteristic, you're gonna take a lot of effort to shoot this thing. Now you have half your deal, you have all those characteristics combine the yields, combined with the, all those kind of netting, all the kind of things. So sometimes you have to compromise, take a balance, those kind of things. Yeah, sure.
So some of John's comments about the Q sorter is where he mentioned the length and width and what have you. That step is simply trying to make sure that the seed that is coming through our foundation seed program fits the standard and that there's not, you know, off types in there that might be segregating that have slightly shorter kernels. So that the Q sorter is simply a quality control step that all of the, I guess, breeder seed and I don't know how much of the foundation.
I think it's gonna have to be all the breeder headrow seed. Originally, we planned on running all the seed, but I don't think the instrument will withstand all of it. So it'll just be the breeder headrow seed.
So again, that's just simply trying to make sure that what we start with is as pure and uniform as possible.
The foundation, the all caps look a lot better this year. I have very few all caps in mine this year.
And that's good to hear.
Not bad.
We've been trying very hard.
Looks a lot nice.
We'll jump into the commercialization update. So just kind of, if you have anything, questions, just stop me. But overall, philosophy is the best lines go as a public release. Lines that we've been releasing and putting out for RFPs and kind of either analogous lines or ones that may have gotten away. I think the medium grain, the 3M is probably something we wish we wouldn't have let get away. But on that side of things, we released Taurus, 3M was just gonna get recycled probably as a breeding parent and never would have saw the light of day. But by releasing it, it gets out on the market. We make our release decisions based off the data we have, and then sometimes you get additional data a little bit farther down the road. We've also been looking at, we've had a lot of interest, not a lot, but a decent amount of interest in people coming to us and wanting to license older varieties. So we'll have a line, that, is falling out of the foundation seed program. We don't have any orders for it anymore. And then we'll find a group or a person that'll find a market for it. So that's something where we've looked at licensing that. We've done that once so far. In the time that we've done that, we did grandfather everybody that was growing that at the time. So we had a couple of people that would get a little bit here and there. We made an agreement with the group that was after that variety, but then we made sure that the people that were growing a little bit of it still had the rights to do that, just grandfathering that. So what we do on the commercialization or the intellectual property side, it's not just varieties, it's also any other technology that's board funded. That's where we do all our non-disclosures or material transfer agreements. We also do breeding agreements, and then we do trait development agreements. A lot of times these involve, sort of the larger US companies or, multinational companies that operate in the United States. So a lot of that is, all the large companies like to have non-disclosures in place. So if you ever see us tap dancing, it's not because we don't want to share things. It's just if you're ever going to do business with the larger companies, we have to agree to some non-disclosure. So we always try to share as much as possible. And if anybody has any questions on any specifics, go ahead and ask me. Or if it's something that, we need to visit one-on-one, we can do that. Would like to be able to share much more with the board. The problem is the board's not allowed to have an executive session. So a lot of the companies that we work with, they want to be able to tell us things that are to give them a competitive advantage. But because we can't have an executive session, they don't want us to be able to share that. So I can share as much as I can, but if I ever get to where it kind of seems like I'm tap dancing, it's because I'm butting up against a game. It's not that I don't want to share. It's just that sometimes we have business sensitive information to give, our partners an advantage that they don't allow us to share. But so we do have a couple of breeding agreements in place right now, some trait development agreements. Anytime we get approached for breeding with new traits, we're always trying to make sure that we have those traits and adapted Arkansas germplasm so that they'll benefit our farmers and stakeholders. And then on the other side of things, we do have a high nighttime temperature trait. So some of the research that has been funded, we have a trait that we are trying to work with the gene editing company to get that in lines so that we can see if that'll actually help with the fissuring issues. Some of the problems we have and the struggle on the intellectual property side on the university is that we have faculty members that publish ahead of time. And once you publish, it starts our 12-month clock. So then we have to go out and file a utility patent on that to protect it. And then that puts us in the place where we have to try to find a company that wants to work with us and collaborate with us. But on the company side, they may have taken this 3, 4, 5 years farther down the road, where they would know if it's going to work or not before they have to jump in. We do have, I know gene editing's in the news, but we are trying to work with those companies to get this trait that we've developed out into the field so we can get it edited and into the field so that we know if it's going to work. Right now, everything we're doing is limited to greenhouses on campus. So it's kind of that, dance of finding a partner, but making sure that if it does work, it works, for Arkansas farmers. I touched on breeding agreements. So we also try to make our material available for companies so that they can, benefit their germplasm, because ultimately, our goal is to make Arkansas life better. So if there's some rice line that's a good parent for another company, they approach us, we'll do an agreement and allow them to breed with it. Sometimes that's one way where we send the material. Sometimes it's two ways where they're sending us material. Like I said, I touched on the height 9 times temperature trait. Is there any questions regarding commercialization that, you'd like to cover today? That's just kind of an overview. If we have specifics, I'm more than happy to go into. And if you think of anything after the meeting, I can share my email and cell phone number. Call me anytime, shoot me an email. I'm more than happy to, pick up the phone and visit. All right, well, thank you all very much.
All right, Peter, we got a report from USA Rice.
Well, thank you for having me here today. We've got a couple of folks from our team in the back corner, Aisha and Josh. And we'll have more folks here tomorrow for the field day. It's just me presenting today. We don't have a PowerPoint, and I'm going to give the international and domestic promotion quickly. But to start, we want to thank this board for continuing to provide critical funding through the checkoff to USA Rice and the Rice Council so that we can continue to do all of the things that we're doing that support the industry. I'm glad to share that Missouri joined the USA Rice Federation effective August 1st, which helps those funds go further, especially in a year like this. So our budget for the council doesn't have to take as much of a hit as it would have otherwise. And as part of that, we hired Molly Buckler, who was the CEO of USRPA, and she's now working on international promotion for us as well as Missouri Field Services. So you may start to see her around at events in Arkansas, especially in the Northeast, where she can jump in and help. We continue to send our monthly financial statements as well as provide this board with updated investment and various CD maturity dates. Our annual audit is going to take place next month, and we'll run that by our boards in December for approval. We have a new chair of USA Rice as of this month. It's John Owen. He's a rice farmer from Northeast Louisiana near Monroe. He replaces the outgoing chair, Keith Glover, for the next 2 years, and our farmer's chair is Fred Zombrecker from Louisiana. He has 1 more year of that term before it turns over to Missouri. And that'll be Rance Daniels, who's the current vice chair of our farmers board. On the policy front, tomorrow is the Senate Farm Bill markup. From what we hear, things are very up in the air, whether or not they're going to be able to get that passed out of the committee. We're working closely with folks in California to try to get their senator to vote for it. He's on the Ag Committee. We're working closely with other southern crops, cotton and peanuts, to work on Warnock from Georgia to vote for it. And we're hoping that there may be some other folks that decide that they've got a tough race this year and they want to support farmers. So it's going to be a challenge for Senator Bozeman to get this off of the committee's hands and get to conference, but they're doing everything they can over the next 24 hours to get that done, and we hope to have good news tomorrow afternoon once they conclude that markup. And then where it goes from there, the Senate will go on recess for the next 5 weeks, and during that time, the House Ag Committee and the Senate Ag Committee will conference those 2 bills together to try to come up with something they can pass on the House floor and the Senate floor in September, a final bill. And that would be a huge feat for them to get done in September. We would love to have that happen, but the odds are probably not in their favor right now. They'd have to make it appealing enough to get Democrats in the House to vote for it and to get 60 votes in the Senate to vote for it. So that means they need at least 6 Democrats in the Senate to vote for it to go to cloture. So it's not going to be easy. We're pushing as much as we can. There's not a ton of stuff in there as far as priorities for rice, but there are a handful of things. MAP and FMD, our trade promotion programs, need to be reauthorized for 5 years. There's also a couple of other things in there related to food aid that would really benefit rice. And so moving of Food for Peace, for one, over to USDA permanently, that's a big priority for us. But we're also working on other things in Washington. We're working on another round of economic assistance for the 2025 crop. Right now, that is caught up in the reconciliation mess. And so the House passed their reconciliation instructions before they went on recess. That includes $12 billion for ag assistance, some of which has to be shared with Florida for natural disasters. And some will go to specialty crops in California and other parts of the country that have also had economic issues. And so that means the pot of money for row crops is smaller than what Senator Bozeman and Senator Hoeven wanted to be. They wanted a $17 billion program, and this, we're talking about 12 billion max. So the Senate has not acted on that reconciliation package at this point, and they have a lot of issues with it, not because of the farm programs, but because of the SAVE Act that the president is pushing, as well as some of the defense portion of the bill. There's no offsets incorporated in that, so, you know, a lot of folks don't want to spend $95 billion and not offset it anyhow, or anyway, and so we are continuing to watch what's gonna happen there, but we're not really sure how things are gonna land. A lot has to happen between Thune, Speaker Johnson and the president in the next couple of weeks if we want to see something happen. All that to say, it's not gonna happen before September 30th and before the midterm elections. So best case scenario, in my opinion, is something during the lame duck between November and end of December. And that means that any ag assistance for 2025 outstanding won't get in your hands until sometime in 2027, which is ridiculous and crazy. But that's the way that this has played out, unfortunately, over the last year. And, you know, I don't know where we go from there, but we do know that it does have provisions in there. What we think will come out of it, if it does come to fruition, is a $250,000 payment limit, similar to what you saw with ECAP, which is a benefit. You won't get as caught up in it as maybe you were this year with the farmer bridge assistance, where pretty much every rice farmer limited out. We also know that PLC payments are coming in November, and a lot of folks are gonna limit out on that, which is a couple hundred acres. You're gonna limit out per entity, and so there's a provision that was updated in one big beautiful bill to qualify pass-through entities. They opened that up on June 1st for changes, and you can make those changes until September 15th. We're happy to, if you haven't worked with your CPA or your lawyer at this point, and you have questions about it, we're happy to try to answer some of those through our policy staff and our consultants if we can. But I know a lot of folks don't need to make changes to their operation to take advantage of that PLC reference price that's coming, to the reference payments that are coming. We're working on tariff advocacy still, so trade is still a hot topic. We are coming along with our proposal on a Section 301 investigation for rice, which would give us a rice-specific tariff. They are not interested in moving something on tariffs before the midterms. They don't want more tariffs on food before the midterms because they're worried about consumers going to the grocery store, higher cost for bills. And so we're looking at something after the midterms for some sort of a rice-specific tariff, unfortunately. But the US Trade Representative is very set on doing this. He's told us to our face at least 4 or 5 times now that he's got it on his list, it's gonna happen. He's just got a bandwidth issue in terms of staff and priorities. And so we're doing everything we can to get that moving, but that'll be a huge shot in the arm if we get a 40 or 50% tariff on rice coming from India and Thailand. That creates market overnight for us, especially in the jasmine space. We're working on jasmine crop insurance proposal that should go into effect for next year's crop year. So they've got to make those changes at the risk management agency by November 30th of this year. What they're doing is creating a separate line item within your crop insurance for aromatic varieties. So when you plant an aromatic variety, it doesn't impact your APH on your regular long grain. Right now, you tell your agent it's long grain and it all goes into the same category and it dings you every time. So now you'll isolate that APH for aromatic varieties, and then you'll have a long grain APH that will be preserved and more realistic to what you're growing. And that'll crack down on the guys that are gaming the system that plant aromatic varieties. They don't tell them it's aromatic, and then they collect on that crop insurance yield drop. And so now there will be a penalty associated with that if we find out that people are doing that. So that's a win, and we're hoping to add enterprise units for jasmine and aromatics moving forward at some point in the future, as well as a revenue protection factor. So that will also help as we get more jasmine acres. This year, we have the highest jasmine acres we've ever had grown in the US. We've got more than 50,000 acres. Typically, it's 20 to 25,000 acres. We anticipate that going up even more next year. I don't know if it's gonna double or we go to 75,000 acres, but there's certainly demand there. And we're seeing a lot of that demand grow. We're also working on our AMP contracts. So it used to be the Climate Smart grant, now it's the Advancing Markets for Producers grant that Josh and his team are running. They've done a great job at getting those contracts done. We're almost done with Arkansas being signed, if not done now. And we anticipate a lot of those practices being implemented over the winter and larger payments going out in the next 6 months. At our business meetings back in July, beginning of July in Dallas, our boards came together and they passed a motion to support research into gene editing of rice. So not GMO, but just for southern rice, for southern japonica type rice, tropical japonica, as well as long grain. And the reason there is we want to look at that as some tool, as a new tool for us to be able to embrace. Right now, gene editing is already happening. All the breeders are using mutagenesis in order to get new traits built into rice, but it takes a lot longer to go that route. This is a shortcut. It doesn't mean that there's a silver bullet or they're going to get it done overnight, but it means that they have more tools in their toolbox to be able to expedite some of these new varieties. And so we're working with ARS over here. We're working with the university and the other private breeders to make sure that they consult with us. We don't want to see a Liberty Link type of issue come into play, and we've ensured our members as well as those breeders that we'd like to consult before anything makes it to the commercial space. But we're excited about this new option out there. On the domestic promotion front, we've had a lot of chain engagements with food service chains and restaurant chains. We successfully partnered with 6 food service chains this past year to promote their usage of US grown rice to customers on site and online. We had more than 425 restaurants across 27 states that use the Grown in the USA logo on their menus and online, giving out cards that had information about Grown in the USA rice in their bags for their customers. We had tactics ranging from in-store signage to new rice offerings, where we had our chefs that we work with those food chains like Taco Bell or Pia Chang's or Panda Express to make sure that the word got out there. And our Jasmine Rice campaign last year leveraged retailers, traditional and digital ads and influencer activation to promote US grown jasmine and showcase those brands. We already launched a new campaign this year for expansion into more stores. Last year we had 1,000 stores. This year we're gonna have 1,200 grocery stores that have a card in the rice aisle that says buy US grown jasmine, essentially with a QR code on it. They're flashy and catchy, and it directs everyone to our jasmine page on our website that lists all of the brands of US grown jasmine, so they know which ones are there. And if we have brands out there, even members of USA Rice that are selling jasmine that's not US grown, they're rejected. Uncle Ben's, for example, they asked tomorrow, said, can we be on your website? We've got jasmine rice. And we said, you're not US grown. You're not on the website. So get US grown rice in your stores and your bags and we'll put you on there. The same with Mahatma and Riviana. They sell a lot of jasmine rice, but it's all imported. And so we did the same to them, 2 big members that we had to tell no, and you got to fix this before we can help you. So we're trying to force some change there, and we've already seen some great progress with Walmart has switched in all of their stores. This year they're gonna go from all imported Thai jasmine, in their private label, Walmart. I don't remember what the brand name is for that, but they're going from all Thai to all US jasmine. And Four Sisters or Kennedy Rice Mill down in Louisiana got that contract. They're working with mills in Arkansas to help mill to fill that order. We've also seen Kroger, announce that they're gonna make the switch to US grown jasmine for their private label. They sell a lot of jasmine rice. They've got a lot of stores across all their brands. Cause they own a bunch of different brands in grocery stores in the US. They're maybe the top or number 2 grocery retailer. And so that's gonna be another huge win. And we're hoping that a company in Arkansas is able to get that contract and really generate a lot more jasmine sales and demand. Our dietary guidelines came out finally. It's been a long awaited process. It's a 5-year process to come to fruition. But what came out was that new real food pyramid and the upside down pyramid, and rice made it on there twice. And so we were worried about being demonized by the Maha folks for being processed or a carb, and we're towards the bottom of the pyramid, but we're on there twice in 2 different categories for whole grain and for I think it's like a bowl of white rice and then a bowl of rice or brown rice and then one of rice and beans. And so we see that as a big win, and we work closely with a lot of other commodity groups to try to make sure that rice and other commodities like ours aren't demonized by accident. And there's gonna be an ultra processed foods definition coming out, and we're making sure rice is gonna fit nicely into that as not being ultra processed. A lot of those rice pretenders on the shelves are very ultra processed. They've got all sorts of additives, other commodities mixed in and no rice in them, but they say it's a rice substitute. Those will all be ultra processed and something that we can push back on grocery stores. If you think of the Whole Foods or Trader Joe's that sell a lot of healthy food, but they're selling ultra processed food because it's rice alternative. So I think that's another win for us. Even though it's not flashy or something that you see every day, it's not gonna move the needle in a big way, but it does move the needle. And then our K through 12 food service programs throughout the year, we create resources and conduct outreach for K through 12 nutrition professionals to increase rice in schools. We're working very closely with the Department of Ag here to do that with Governor Sanders' team and Wes Ward and now Rachel. And so we donated some rice cookers last year. I know you all are aware of that, and there was a presentation previously, so I don't need to go into details. On the international promotion front, this year we were awarded 12.5 million for 2026 from USDA in grants to implement international promotion programs. That's great news for us, yeah, especially considering how much our exports are down. We've got some news in Iraq. The new prime minister of Iraq is the founder of Alois, and Alois is the company that buys the rice for the country of Iraq. So this couldn't be a better prime minister for us. And we've got a great relationship now with President Trump to help facilitate even more rice sales. And the president is excited about more sales to Iraq, and, we're giving stuff to them. They sell oil, they have geopolitical protection in the Gulf region, that is supportive of US policy. And so there's kind of a win-win relationship there where we can continue to sell them product. They continue to provide us security in the region. And, we've seen 2 more vessels sold in the last couple of weeks to Iraq, and we anticipate that growing and continuing. They may go over the 200,000 ton MOU quota that they've set. So we're excited about that. We've sold 176,000 tons so far of the 200,000 this year. And like I said, we hope to do more. In the United Kingdom, we've had promotions in Tesco, which is the largest retailer, for several years. This year, they're finally using US rice in their new private label brand, and that's coming from Arkansas. which is great news, and we're gonna be over there in London in October for the UK Rice Symposium, and we're gonna see those promotions in action for the first time. Saudi Arabia is the 6th largest export destination for US rice in terms of value. We sell them parboiled rice, long grain parboiled rice, and a lot of that comes out of Arkansas. Some comes out of Louisiana now, and some comes out of Texas from Riviana, but that's a great market for us. It's very value added. And that market suffered a little bit through the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, but we anticipate those sales to start to return, and we've seen some sales in the last couple of months that look promising. In Mexico, we had a trade mission there last month that Aisha led. She had about 6 or 7 folks, several of them from Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana that attended that. That was great, and it was well received. The importers want to keep buying US rice, but they keep pointing to the quality from South America. There's a lot of innovative ideas that we've got going on in Mexico for our promotions. And so we're gonna keep those moving over the next year, 2 years, and hope that we can win back some of that market share. We'll have several of those Mexican importers at our Rice Outlook Conference this year, and hope to keep things moving. But on the quality front, we're doing what we can to try to fix quality. We know that's not happening overnight. We can't do it alone, and it's gonna take everybody here, plus a lot more folks in the industry to do that. We've organized a trip to South America in November to go down and look into what our competitors are doing differently than us, what we can learn and take back from them. We helped educate South America in the rice industry 20, 30 years ago, and help them become what they are. They come up here, look at farms, and they learn and have become great farmers. And now we have to go back and take some of those ideas back and bring them back up here. So that reverse trade education mission is gonna be very important, and we're gonna spend a lot of time in December at our meetings talking about the outcomes of that and what we can do differently. And we hope to see some big changes implemented by the mills, the breeders, and the growers that attend that. So I look forward to reporting on that next year. And then in Central America, we've got a trade mission to Arkansas and Missouri scheduled for later this month. And so keep an eye out for outreach from Aisha and Josh, who are planning that trip to bring those Central Americans to their farm or to a mill or some sort of a dinner that may be organized during that trip. They like to be here during harvest and see our equipment, how they operate is so different. And these are millers, importers that will be coming up from that for that trip. We're also doing a lot of promotions in Central America still. We have a contest in Central America called Sabores Con Arroz, and it's simultaneously being held in Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. That has 8 teams with an influencer and student chef who competed in each country to create the most innovative and delicious rice dish. A panel of judges evaluated that, and so we helped pick the winners and amplified the results through our social media channels there. And we had an influencer reach of more than 500,000 eyeballs on that, the results of that, and that helped to generate even more awareness of US rice in the market. And 23 US rice brands participated in that, and both brands products, branded products and rice with US designation of origin helped to strengthen market visibility. Colombia, we've got a trade mission to Louisiana in September of Colombian buyers. This year, we're pleased to see that the quota has been filled, and we anticipate the October quota to be filled as well because of demand in Colombia. That's great news for the coal rice TRQ, as well as for exports here in Arkansas. And a lot of that rice that went to Colombia this past year has come out of Arkansas, whether it's from Poinsett or others that have sent barges downriver. And then the last thing I'll mention is Canada. We're inviting Canadian importers to the USA Rice Outlook Conference to visit with US exporters, especially jasmine exporters. We're gonna put on a jasmine quality symposium with, featuring the Jasmine brands of rice that are grown here. Have them set up like our other quality symposium, invite the Central Americans, invite the Canadians, and invite US food service and distributors to come and see that we've got strong brands out there and strong varieties. And to that tune, we initiated a Jasmine Rice Task Force this past month that they'll meet for the first time this Friday. And they're charged by the USA Rice Federation Board with coming up with some quality terms for US jasmine. What we don't want to see happen is have 25 different varieties of jasmine with varying degrees of quality, varying degrees of aroma and amylose levels that are going to cook differently, that can't be commingled. We want to see a strong quality product that can hold up against a lot of the Thai imports. Not homily or maybe not the gold standard, but they're going to be able to compete head to head with a lot of the imported jasmine that we see. And we need to make sure that we keep it as pure as possible. We don't want to be commingling with or blending with any white rice or long grain white rice and hurting that quality. We have this opportunity where tariffs might come into play and help give us a leg up for the market. We've got a huge market that we can help capture some of. And we don't want to see, Arkansas overproduce jasmine and then not have a place to sell it because the quality's not there, the demand isn't there. There's demand for jasmine, and we just want to make sure that what we're producing meets that demand. And we don't get sidelined and the mills aren't stuck, or you're not stuck as growers holding huge stocks of jasmine that you can't sell. So we want to keep that premium alive and well and work this the right way, and this task force is going to help guide the industry over the next couple of months in having some level of US certified jasmine or certified US jasmine rice or premium jasmine rice. Whether that comes with a logo or certification mark, we don't know yet. All of that's going to be discussed, but we've got Jim Whitaker leading that task force. I think Jennifer, you're on the task force. It's mostly marketers, but we have several growers representing Louisiana, Arkansas, and California on there to make sure that we don't mess this up and we incorporate. And not to demonize any other varieties that don't make the list, but we do want to circle around a handful of great varieties and not have 10 or 12 or 25 varieties out there that are gonna create a mess for the industry. Happy to take any questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, Kelly, you got a proposal for us for funding.
I do, thank you, Mr. Chairman. After being around a lot of highly technical and high level presentations at the biochar facility, and then here in this room, I'm kind of wondering, who am I and what am I doing here after all of that? But I also believe some of our comments will dovetail nicely with what Peter's just talked about all their promotion efforts on the national and international level. We've got a proposal at the state level. But Peter also mentioned a couple of things. One, he talked about changes in their leadership, and within Arkansas Rice, we've had changes in our leadership as well. As of last Saturday, Jennifer James became the chair of our Arkansas Rice Farmers Board, taking those duties from David Garahan, who served in that position for several years. And David Vetter from here in Stuttgart area was selected back in June as our vice chair. So we look forward to moving forward with those two new leaders. Peter also mentioned the Arkansas Department of Agriculture, and he mentioned Rachel. And most of y'all probably already know that starting this week, Rachel assumed the duties of Deputy Chief of Staff for West Ward at the Department of Agriculture. So we look forward to working with her in that new role as well. Arkansas Rice is here to make a proposal related to this program right here that we are going to pursue and put in place in November. Most of you may know that for about the last 4 years, Anheuser-Busch has provided a special celebration in June or July
hosting their Rice Grower Day celebration and kind of showcasing the Discovery Farm at their mill outside of Jonesboro. Arkansas Rice has been involved in that, been supportive of those events the last several years. And we're grateful that Anheuser-Busch is going to continue to be involved in those kind of activities. A few months back, we were approached about by Anheuser-Busch and some others about discussing the possibility of an alternate year celebration that would come later in the year after harvest in the Jonesboro area that would include some additional sponsors and activities. Also, last year was the first year that we've seen the reemergence of the Rice Bowl football game, college football game between Arkansas State University and University of Louisiana Monroe. With the winner being designated as the Rice Bowl champion. That game was played at ULM last year, and this year, the first weekend in November, it will be played at ASU in Jonesboro. That particular game day will also be ASU's annual Ag Day celebration, and they'll also be doing a celebration of our nation's 250th birthday. The proposal before you today is asking for your support for this event that will start on Friday, November 6th in downtown Jonesboro, and will wrap up in the afternoon of Saturday before and during the football game, the Rice Bowl game. The purpose of the event and related activities is to help celebrate and honor you and your fellow Arkansas rice farmers and our rice community, kind of at a time when we're kind of needing that a whole lot. It's no secret, and we all recognize the current state of affairs that our industry is facing, that many of you have felt over the last several years of tough economic times. And even though Jonesboro is in the very heart of the most productive rice country in the United States, we're still amazed at the number of people in that area and in Arkansas who really don't fully understand the presence and importance of the rice industry here in Arkansas. So we believe this event will help raise the awareness in that area and throughout the state as well. Also, it will elevate that Rice Bowl game that I mentioned and will be a complimentary event with some of Anheuser-Busch's activities. So Arkansas Rice, we believe, is well suited to provide management and facilitation for this event. Our relationship contractual agreement with Becky Campbell and Campbell Ward, I think, sets the stage for a very well-planned and professionally promoted and executed event. Plus, we have a separate banking account that's been in place for several years that's set up specifically for activities like this with the Rice Research and Promotion Board. So any funds that we get from y'all and the other sponsors, and Becky will talk about that in a moment, will all be kept separate from the Arkansas Rice Federation and Arkansas Rice Council funds. So with that, I'll turn it over to Becky to make some remarks, kind of talk about sponsorship levels and what all's going to be involved.
Hey Kelly, I got a question about that Anheuser-Busch Field Day. That thing was amazing last year. I know Jim was there. I mean, that's a huge risk moving that thing.
Huge event. Anheuser-Busch has shared with us that they're going to do that event every other year.
Okay.
So that's still going to happen. But in the off year, we'll call this the off year, where this is lined up very well on the calendar is for this ULM ASU football game.
It was very impressive last year, I thought.
It'll be back next year, Scott. We just have an issue with we have barley regions too, so we rotate with barley. So they had 560 farmers at their event last week, so.
So they're gonna be rotating, they're gonna be doing something after harvest and then doing what they have been doing is continue to grow during the summer. And so we are gonna partner with them and maybe some other sponsors for this after harvest event in Jonesboro.
Hi. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties with our presentation, but I wanted to point out this slide specifically, and I'm pretty sure you all have this presentation in your packet. If you don't, please let us know and I can make sure and get it to you. So these are the estimated expenses in the way that the whole event is broken down. Oh, you'll have it. So because this is the first year that we have done this event, we shot pretty high in these numbers, but they are based on, I've been involved in the Downtown Food Truck Festival for a decade. And so this budget is based on the number that we utilize at that event every year. So they have some legs. And to kind of give you an idea of sort of who we are targeting for sponsorships, this is just obviously a small list. I can put everybody on here, but then also, you know, area businesses in Jonesboro, since we do want this to be their event as well. So we have already met with AMP and the Downtown Jonesboro Association, Chief of Police, you know, all that good stuff, and they are all on board. So we are ready for that, and then I will let you know who our sponsors are so far. Obviously, Anheuser-Busch will be the presenting sponsor at $30,000. Greenway Equipment has already signed on for $5,000, Barco $5,000, Scott Petroleum $5,000, and then Progressive Tractor for $1,000. So we are $46,000 today with those 5 sponsors. And you will not be shocked to know, I have a spreadsheet of 1,000 more people that we plan to ask to participate. And so that's kind of where we're sitting right now. To Kelly's point, you know, this is not our best year. So this event is very much twofold. We want to, number one, make sure that the public, the general public, especially in Northeast Arkansas, understands the importance of rice and the agriculture community in our state. And so in order to get them to learn more about that, we decided to create a fun event where they can come and bring their families and kind of see everybody in action. We can tell our story, we can tell your story, you can tell your story when you attend in person. So that's part of it, but then of course the other part is, you know, we need a little morale boost in the rice industry these days. And so giving you guys and you all, the entire industry, the credit you deserve for your importance in our state. So there is that. And then let me look at my notes to make sure there's not anything else that I'm going to tell you. I think that's it. Kelly, am I missing anything? Anything else you can think of? Any questions for me? Great.
So just to wrap up, our request today is that the Rice Research and Promotion Board consider being what's called the Harvest sponsor. That's a $25,000 level sponsorship. And that's our request of you today. We're excited about this event. We're going to do the event. We're committed to that. We'd like to have your help, and we know you support it and we'll support it, but we hope that you'll be able to support it as a sponsor. We believe that this will be a fun new biennial event that we look forward to continue to work with Anheuser-Busch to put this on and to elevate this Rice Bowl. Our folks last year down in Louisiana, Kane Webb and others, really kind of got it kicked off down there, and we kind of feel challenged to kind of take it up a notch while it's going to be played in Arkansas this year. But be happy to answer any questions, and we'll be around. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Matthew, you got any comments?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, you know, it's just an opportunity for us to try to, you know, the event we have every other year now, you know, it's kind of folks around our farm in the group. The last year we kind of made it about the greater farming community, and this is just another extension of that, trying to extend it out further, link the communities back to the farming piece of it. Me living in Jonesboro, wearing Anheuser-Busch on my chest, you never realize how many times you go on a store and somebody goes, why does Anheuser-Busch have something in Jonesboro, Arkansas, or why are you here, and what do you work for? So I tell this story a lot, and so this is kind of an accumulation of, you know, what we're seeing is something that can be something greater, and help grow the rice industry, footprint and understanding in right here at home. You know, we'll have assets there. We're gonna try to do everything we can do this year with our budget. But it should be a fun event that, you know, gives people options to either be there both days or one or the other. And I think that's a great thing too. So, hopefully y'all can find a way to make it happen, but either which way, come and enjoy it. Like Kelly said, we're gonna have it regardless. So come out and enjoy it if you can.
So the ask from us today is to partner with Arkansas Rice and Anheuser-Busch to put on an event.
with our largest consumer of US rice and the largest area that grows rice in the United States, the heart of rice country. Couldn't be a better idea. But we have a ask, so the board can decide whether or not to fund it or go from here.
There's 25,000, is that correct? That's it.
That's correct, 25,000, Kelly, was the ask.
I would offer a motion to approve the request.
We will take that up to TRQ.
Yes, me too.
We'll need to take that up. Yeah, if you amend it, I'll send it.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, so I will amend the motion to approve the funding request coming from TRQ.
Got a motion? Got a second? All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank y'all. We'll make certain to get this full presentation, make sure that it's in the, this is good.
Any questions from us, just reach out on our side.
Refresh my memory on TRC. I know the coal rice at this stage, we could take, use the fund for both research and promotion. What about the your own, still got the fund for your own TRQ? Can they only be used for research?
I think they're all unrestricted at the moment, yeah, but I'm not 100% sure on the European.
Yeah, the European Jim Small.
Do you know, can you answer the question, is European TRQ unrestricted at this moment? Or does it have to be just used for research?
I think it's unrestricted, but I think many decades ago, this board said they wanted that primarily to go in post-harvest research. But that was just a policy that you all said as far as where you kind of wanted to move that money, but I mean, that's a policy that was way back there. I don't even know if it's still standing. But as far as anything, as far as the agreement per se, there's nothing, in my opinion, that restricts you just to limit it to research, which makes it unrestricted.
Okay. Any other questions? At this moment, we're gonna take just about a 5-minute break, for those of us that need a break. And, we'll be right back and you, Lynn, and Jack, you guys will be up. Okay. Just 5 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Are we recording? Yeah.
We are.
Okay, ready to go? All right. Because most of you know who I am, but for those of you who don't know, and today, I'm going to share a project with, our national leader, Jack. So I'm going to start to tell you about the project Jack. My name is Bin Jia. I'm a research leader and center director of USDA ARS Development International Research Center. I'm a next door neighbor. And you hear, we're talking about our project, you try to enhance the high-risk yield, use genetics, and it's harvesting, post-harvesting techniques. Before I get into detail, I want to share the story to you. 25 years ago, Jim Creel from University of Arkansas and myself presenting a project called Develop DNA markers to tagging the blast resistance gene. And Westport fund us money. So we received fund from Westport 2001, the market was given out 2002. So today, operators unit is here, and for the past many years, this genetic marker has been helped for their breeders to monitor the resistance gene to blast. I just come back from Providence, Rhode Island. I hear presentations by pathologist Philip. He shared with me side stories in Louisiana this year. Many farmers' rice variety has been destroyed by blast. But early good news he shared with me is all the rice variety has PTR stack grain. So that was good. So continue using that, that'll help you. So what I'm going to tell you today is a lot of opportunities, and we are working with university colleagues to develop a project called Precision Resilient Integrated Molecular Engineering for US rice. We call PREM. We developed proposals half a year ago, submitted to LIFA. So I'm going to tell you about this project. So we all know today, high rice yield is challenging. It's not also because of quality, but also reduce our profit and also market opportunity. And how can we improve the high rice yield? And we can share with you his tools, his resources, but I can tell you the genetics can do it. A lot of the challenges in this resistance, like I said earlier, blast coming back. In the 1980s, some folks that was less than probably that, but their debonding was brought down by blast, and 70% of the rice industry in this area wiped out. And so I've been working ever since 2000 to control rice blast. But again, blast is a moving target due to change of environment, production systems. So we have to really continue to identify resistance gene, identify them for resistance gene. So what is the current project? This project we're built on years of peer review knowledge globally. And the global knowledge is about how each rice gene function, and those can be found in nature rice germ products. The PREM project take advantage of this information knowledge, and will edit current varieties with those specific changes, and this specific variation can be produced through classical plant breeding, but it takes a long time. You hear about the breeder will say sometimes you have a resistance gene, beta, but it looks like many times you have variety with yield that's competitive. Turns out some DNA sequence associated with beta, it's almost impossible for breeder to break up. And high-risk yield is controlled by many genes. Genes involved in chocolate, feature resistance, and they're also located component. If you do ask Cheyenne or Stan to moving all these pieces of DNA fragments into variety, into one variety, you're asking them to get a lottery ticket. it's almost mission impossible. So prime project will be able to do it, okay? Next slide, sorry, So like I said, rice genes involve growing size and controlling the milking process and the chocolates and the fishery system, they can help. And of course, the proper harvesting, gentle feedings, can also maximum yield. Of course, the management, time like leveraging, time of harvest, they're all important to help you improve the harvest yield. And traditional breeding has been very effective, particularly with the use of DNA marker, like I said earlier. They can really help sharing to speed up breeding process. It needs 1 to 3 years. Sharing, how far have you that marker help use for disease resistance? Is it shorter in 1 year or 2 years?
Yeah, the market, I guess, one variety, some of you probably know CL111. Select CL111, you probably used that silver later rice before. They always segregating tortilla, never being purified, but listen, the least, until we get a model,
And it's really unfortunate, some genes, the beta genes and minority gene, they kind of break. They don't recombine. And so in order to break them up, you have millions progeny. But the breeders, they have so many traits to worry about it. It's almost impossible to really get everything they want. Where the project we propose will overcome that efficiency. Next slide. So improve high-rise and meat quality. It requires coordinated efforts of added genes, the involving the starch synthesis, grain structure, like I said earlier, the process of milking, how fast your films feel the genes and the grains. So far, there are 6 high-impact locus have been found, and which amino acids, which genomic region needs to be added has been identified. So we are going to take advantage of this information and utilize our US varieties, which are useful and marketable, to try first and develop the capacity to be able to editing rice using their known genes. And very quickly, when a market is available to accept the rice variety developed by technology, then we're ready to help. But if we don't do that now, markets accept rice through biotechnology, it'll be too late, and won't be able to compete. So I want to give examples. What traits you want to try? Key disease resistance genes like BLAST and PTR genes, which we cloned 6-7 years ago. It's a durable resistance gene, and we know which region we need added, which amino acids we need change. The PETA gene I'm working for 26 years, we know which looking time to change. And another gene called PR42, work with PETA, we have identified 3 amino acids need to change. And moving to the schistolite, and through the years research, we now identified this gene called ABC transporters on chromosome 9. Is responsible for schistolite resistance. And we already demonstrated changing 3 amino acids from a rice variety limon berry, and you make that limon berry to resist schistolite. So we'll continue editing those genes to make all the schistolite successive variety to be resistant. And we also know if we added another genes like ROR1, SNRK1 beta 1A, we can make resistant to multiple pathogens. Moving forward, we also know the WAKI transcription factor 36. If we add it, we can improve not only disease, blast, but also resist to insect and bacteria. By manipulating promoter genes, OX04, we're able to really get a durable resistance to many pathogens. So it's great. And what
what I said when I edit. So sometimes, we're making a small additions, we're changing 1 to 12 base pair test sequences. Sometimes we'll substitute what's in the local base, like guanine to samsing and cytosine to adenine. And if negative genes inhibit expression resistance, we just lock them up, just delete them up from the rest genome. For promoter editings, we just modify a few nucleotides or allow to binding specific transcription factor to allow to express the genes. Variety we choose to do, first one, of course, Francis. Francis is my favorite. High yield, long grain varieties, but it's very susceptible to blast. So pick up Francis first. Cypress, our golden standard meeting quality, again, susceptible to blast. Jupiter, Bengal, the medium grain, multiple varieties, the also susceptible varieties, and also Cypress yield is not multiple. So we are going to focus these two traits, Cypress yield, focus on 5 genes I shared with you earlier, and also different genes for different disease. So how we can do that? So we're going to hire a delegate manager based at University of Missouri to ensure strong project coordination, oversight, and among the scientists and those people co-supervised by faculties, Binya, and also area scientists, myself, Jack, Moran. And editing will be taking place at University of Missouri, and Pennsylvania State University, University of Maryland, Ohio State University. The area scientists Coast Street were working with your collaborator to identify which gene where to edit and which germplasm to use. And we're going to continue to have transparent communication with scientists from USAID and university partners and industry, so to ensure rigorous seed control and regulatory compliance. So I want to share with you next slide, the premier data for the PRIME project is through the recent efforts, Bin Yang Laboratory. By the way, Bin Yang is a professor from University of Missouri. He's one of the best editor in the world. He's right here, not far away from us. He recently just demonstrated a breakthrough. He was able to edit 12 genes at one time using 2 platforms. And with 15% success, that's pretty good. If you have 15% success, you only need 1%. So he can edit 12 rice genes, one single construct. And Yilong Yang, Penn State University, some of you know who Yilong was. He was a faculty of plant pathology in University of Arkansas Fayetteville many years ago. He continued working on genetic engineering, disease resistance. He demonstrated, he used US variety Jupiter. I recommended him several years ago. He edited one gene. They called API1. It's ideal plant architecture. This picture, I hope you can see the rice up editing is very vertically stacked, very strong stance and supporting a heavy panicle. Those proof of concepts demonstrate we have team here in the United States. They are located at different universities, the best genetic engineering can help us to make sure we know how to do it here in the United States before our competitors. So I want to summarize what we try to do this project is we want to improve high yield and medium quality, the trait which has been challenged through the classic plant breeding. And we're going to test them in multiple locations, either under greenhouse or field under strict aphids regulations. And 6 genes, we're going to editing different varieties and different allelic diversities to enhance green quality, temperature tolerance, and stress resilience and transparency, good green appearance. Later on,
we want to develop methods so that we can put all those genes together in a cassette. So come up some DNA markers like PETA markers, Xian, and user marker to move many varieties of this choice. Next slide. It's last slide. So now how we can do that? We are going to working with two group of people. If you are funded, some of you never here, I have not talked to you, but we'll ask you to work with us, guiding us, providing guidance and knowledge, some scientific advisor, some industry advisor, and it's gonna work with Jack. He'll continue to finish this presentation, and myself. I'm going to work with University of Missouri professor there, and also the technical lead, manage all the data generated on these studies. And we are going to focus 5 projects, 5 objectives. First one, like I said, once we know what genes has been identified, we know which amino acids critical for traits, and we're going to look into a variety here in the United States and identify which nucleotide we need to edit. Second objective is we're going to implement, try out those blast resistance genes and KRAS related genes first to edit them. Like Bin Yang said, you can edit 12 genes one time. The third, we're going to testing them different locations and either on greenhouse or restricted area to evaluate the behavior on our cultural practices of with water, nitrogens on our production system, how to behave. Now we're going to also focus on communication with different agencies, and finally we're going to spend effort train next generation scientists so that we'll have people continue carry on our missions. So I'm going to stop here with Jack over here to finish his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ewan. Needless to say, USDA ARS, we're very excited about this project. We want to thank special thanks and acknowledgement to Yulin and his partner, Bin Yang at the University of Missouri. We're putting this excellent team together and the proposal. We want to thank USA Rice leadership, Peter, Keith, and your colleagues for supporting and driving this discussion forward with growers and with industry. We know it's not easy, but our job is always to look forward, to anticipate what those challenges are in the forward, in the future, and try to put our growers in the best position to deal with them. And so our job here is to provide the tools, the workforce, the infrastructure to accelerate our ability to innovate and to generate the traits that you folks need into the future. I want to thank the University of Arkansas, our partner for many, many decades, for your support. It's going to be critical for this to be successful going forward, as well as our other university partners as well. So how does this look from DC? So probably many of you are aware of Secretary Rollins' research and development priorities, right? So making US growers and ranchers profitable, helping them be profitable, addressing the challenges of today's dynamic markets, and helping to create new products, new product opportunities. I think this aligns well with those. Another priority is helping to protect US agriculture from invasive diseases and pests. I think adding this technology portfolio will help us do that as well. And of course, addressing the challenges of food safety and human nutrition. So aligns very well at the highest levels. So what about our chief scientist, Dr. Scott Hutchins, and his priorities for research and development? So one of those, he was just at the National Association of Plant Breeders meeting in College Station. He emphasized that as a country, as a nation, we need to increase our investment in breeding and accelerated breeding and new breeding technologies. That's part of, that's one of his priorities going forward. And I think this aligns very well with that. Another priority for Dr. Hutchins is helping us to realize the full potential of the genetic diversity that we have in our national plant germplasm system. So a lot of the traits that we benefit from today, it's because breeders have utilized the diversity of the germplasm collection to increase yield or modify architecture or to address the issues with quality and nutrition and so on. He calls this national plant germplasm system sovereignty. So the question that the undersecretary is trying to address is how do we maximize the benefit of our germplasm diversity for U.S. growers? So you're going to be hearing more about that. But as we dive into our germplasm collection and uncover that genetic and economic opportunity, how do we translate that quickly for growers and for our markets? And so this project, the PRIME project, could be a very important component for addressing that question. And of course, many of you have probably seen another of his priorities, which is strengthening the infrastructure for agricultural research, which has been neglected in terms of budget and so on. So the investment in infrastructure and new technologies is going to be critical. Having university partners, private industry partners to work with us to test these in the fields under conditions where we are monitoring and practicing good practices so that we protect commercial grain production, we protect our growers, our millers, our overseas markets is going to be critical. So we're very, very grateful for the support and also the open communication with the industry, with growers, so that we go forward safely and securely. So I'm going to stop there and open it up for any questions or points that folks want to make. You want to come back up?
Any questions for the plan? Plan project or plan to compete?
Do we have any paperwork on this? And we're just giving you all, Caleb.
The presentation?
Yeah, the presentation.
Yes. That's an important part, yeah. So this is just we actually assembled this team like half year ago, about 20 of us, including many folks here from University of Arkansas. And we know rice business is competitive business. We know our competitors doing that. And today we have this technology. If we don't invest this technologies, we might not be able to develop market varieties quickly. We also know the world begin to accept rice developed using this technology. And the day will come. So we want to make sure the day will come, we can get this tool to use breeders rapidly to put into their productions, so that we're not going to lose the competition.
I was recently on a trip to a company in Durham, North Carolina called Pairwise. And they're experts in genome editing. They've developed proprietary products for small fruits and vegetable crops. But they also partner with two of the major seed companies, Corteva and Bayer. Believe it or not, in this company, you see the greenhouses. One is Bayer, one is Corteva. So they're running a pipeline for both of these companies because they're very good. They're very efficient at what they do. And you talk to their bioinformaticists,
The bioinformaticists say, well, we ask them, where are you getting your ideas? Where are you getting your information? They say, we're going to the germplasm. The best teacher for how to do genome editing is to use what nature already provides you, the natural variation that nature provides. What we are doing is using technology to move that more quickly into commercial varieties, into breeding programs. So that's what we want to stand up here, is a technology which can enhance what breeders are already doing. We don't know all the rules yet. That's why breeders are important, because their experiments, their research in the field is uncovering the rules for how to accelerate breeding. But what we do is we will use the knowledge that's gained by the geneticists and the breeders, and we will apply that more rapidly and efficiently using genome editing. We'll have open door. Folks have questions, you want to talk in private or something, I'll be here for the next couple of days, and of course, I'll be available by phone too. But once again, thanks to the industry leadership, the university leadership for your support on this. You know, I heard the term Liberty Link. We know what that did several decades ago, so we want to be good stewards and good partners going forward. So we'll put our reputations on that, you, Lynn, and I.
That's right, you I'm next door. I kind of scared. Yes, we'll make sure, we'll keep open communications and ensure whatever we're doing is not going to affect your market in any time.
How much faster would you bring a variety to the market using gene editing as opposed to?
Okay, so it's first thing I can, if it's a difficult traits, like I said, high rise yields and gene editing, you can do it 2 years, you can get the genes into varieties, and but you will get the market, it takes some time. But you take time breeding, never 10 years, 20 years. So the gene editing will provide opportunities traditional breeding cannot even dream about it. Not only just the high-rise yield, and one other thing is you know that baby fruit is affected by the arsenic rice, and we scientists just identified 2 genes in rice. If you add it to these 2 genes, you can reduce 40 or 60% of arsenic uptake. Just simple like that. Traditional breeding is impossible. So gene editing actually offers you solutions to rapidly remove any traits very quickly into variety of choice. It's not comparison. The problem now is whether the market is going to accept their products.
And we don't want to take away people's choice, right? So, universities, private industry, still free to market genome edited. We call it precision breeding these days. Precision breeding rice, or we were talking about pita rice versus non-pita rice, and we may have pita rice that's now genome edited. So we don't want to take anything away, but we want to provide an alternative. The other point I wanted to raise, which thank you, Lynn, you showed the IPA genome edited rice, so the more upright architecture. Those of you who grow corn, you know what corn looked like 20, 30, 40 years ago, right? The leaves were spread out, you had lower density corn production in the fields, but thanks to traditional breeding using genetics, they brought the leaves into a more upright position, allowed allowed you folks to plant them at a higher density, increase, yield per acre. That's just an example of what can be done with genome editing in a much more reduced time.
And also can solve the challenges plant breeder cannot do for decades.
Yeah.
You probably I have a question.
Right.
So you use the gene editing to improve the current variety, or you create new variety?
We can do both. Yes, we can design new varieties, to really make sure, to reach what future market would need. We call it green super rice. Or we can edit existing varieties, put the traits which is deficient, like Francis, put in there, pita in there. If you want to move into pita Francis, how many years it take?
Yeah.
But 3-4 years, maybe?
Yeah, it's that process, you just, that process, you, gene editing.
Yeah, so, for gene editing is 1 year, changing one single amino acids.
But you assume that no new change, genetic variation in the soma culture stuff.
Yes.
Because with
Yes.
tissue culture.
Yes.
To regenerate that.
Right.
You cannot assume that exactly identical.
Oh, you can, so, we have a way to just check the places you change the single amino acids. And yes, the gene editing will suit the tissue culture, and there's limitations, some variety might not be able to teach culture. That's one objective for this plan, develop improvement, editing technology. See whether we can use in the viruses which are not harmful plants or anything, is a develop tool to deliver genes which shorten their generation time from 0 months to 0 weeks. So, as we're speaking worldwide, many countries, many universities, many industry, they are developing, they're doing that now. I'm in charge of West germ plant distribution almost every week. We receive requests from different countries. They said, well, can you use this for red varieties for gene editing for drought, salt, and quality disease resistance. And I have been receiving this request for past 3 years. So if we're not doing that here in the United States, folks, at the time gene editing technology or products acceptable, we will be behind. We won't be able to have varieties going to be marketable. So I think we need to do it, and we do it yesterday.
And I think that's one of the challenges that you're talking about, Yulin, that the undersecretary is trying to address too with the germplasm sovereignty initiative. So how do we make sure that the diversity that's in the germplasm that people are requesting, that we institute policies which will enable US growers and US industry to benefit from those resources, because it's taxpayer dollars that continue to support and maintain those genetic resources. So more information will come out from DC on that one, but you know, that's all part of this ecosystem that we're developing going forward. So again, thanks to this administration, to the secretary, and also the deputy secretary as well.
Model system selection is great, but early time when you move your genes into varieties, there's no any negative genes associated with it. And your pita is one example. And when you move in pita gene in the class of plant breedings, then there's a few genomic regions associated with the integration pita in new varieties that has been shown have a negative impact on yield. I think Jared just said consistent varieties has pita. Somehow it's not as marketable compared with variety without pita. I know for fact Francis does not have pita, but Francis yield is pretty good. So, and that gene editing can very avoid that. Can moving precisely where you want to edit. You can do many varieties same time. Just go there, change that, anything else second, except letting the sequences be changed. And again, the DNA sequence is not from sky, it's from varieties here. From 112 countries. You get change a little bit, put in difficult variety. Using that new technology called CRISPR.
So we'll be happy to come back in 12 months and give you an update.
We need money. You have money for make progress.
Well, so, you know, this is part of a process that ARS is undergoing across all commodities. So, with encouragement and support, again, from USDA leadership, we're developing what our commodity research roadmaps, and these are developed and vetted by stakeholders. So, Lynn's leading the discussion right now for ARS on the rice research roadmap, but we'll be coming back to you. To review that, to discuss our research strategy going forward, including genome editing. So glad to bring that back to this board as well. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Okay, that's all our presentations. We're gonna go into a little bit of board business, and first thing I have, if we need to approve minutes from January 15th, January 25th, board meetings. You had them in your packet. I hope you're able to look at them.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
A motion is second, all in favor? Okay. Minutes are approved, both those meetings. Is Anusha home for financial?
No, sir. I will be given the financial report, but this is information Anusa gave me.
Okay. And read it for you, Dana.
Cool. And there should be a handout in this packet. For the financial report, between July 1, 2025 and June 30, 2026, gross collections totaled $5,148,388. And that's excluding the treasury fees that the state collects. Total available revenue through the end of June amounted to $5,479,074. Expenditures for the year were at $4,819,784. And that includes the $4,506 in board expenses and $4,815,278 in program expenses. And this resulted in an accumulated revenue balance of $659,290 at year end. For outstanding obligations, this includes a $195,348 payable to the USA Rice Council. And there's also $972,242 remaining for 26-27 research funding. After accounting for these commitments, the unallocated balance stands at $508,300. Anusa does anticipate that revenues in this fiscal year 2027 will be sufficient to eliminate the remaining deficit. Regarding collections, which is that graph on your last page, you've achieved 92% of the maximum gross collection target by the end of that fiscal year 2026. And that concludes the financial report. And if y'all did have any questions, I'd be more than happy to get with Anusa and get those answers back to you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question, and then probably because I'm ignorant on something here, but so in our area, was a facility that accepted a bunch of rice this year. And I'm glad they did, because I'd probably still be sitting on a ton of my own. But it was all being delivered to use the Board of Trade. Not my positions, I don't know whose position, but it was Board of Trade rice, like a warehouse receipt type thing. But we're talking quite a bit of rice. I mean, their line's bunch. So, when I settled with the broker, of course, my assessment came out of my settlement. Where does the assessment, who pays the assessment on the stuff that's in storage?
It'll get paid once it goes to the market. It's just gonna sit there, but once it hits the market in this calendar year, next calendar year, or even the next, it gets assessed.
I wasn't sure, I mean, I just, it was just kind of just sitting in line one day thinking, now where's, you know, when does this, where does it wind up? You know, because if they sat on it for, did I ask these folks, I'm like, you know, what's the process here? And they're like, well, we hold it for a few months and then we trade it. And,
Is this a pretty tight ship, or did some of this guy slip through and not get assessed from payment?
I think it's pretty tight,
First buyer is supposed to pay the check off.
so if it's delivered in like a facility like that, that's taking for what practical purpose, I guess, like warehouse receipt, board of trade, whatever you wanna call it. They're saying they're responsible for it, or when it eventually gets to where it's the end user. I mean, that's, because what I'm seeing out of it is it's a lot of paper being traded over and over and over again with the stuff sitting in long-term storage.
So the question I would have, most of the ones I'm familiar with, the actual warehouseman is actually buying the rice delivered to his or her warehouse. So that warehouseman would be responsible for paying the funds to the state of Arkansas.
That's a cut, you check, right?
No, because where we were delivering, I was never able to actually speak to a buyer. I was going through a broker.
Okay, but who paid you?
The broker held out my assessment.
The broker is the one that's responsible for submitting it to the state of Arkansas. Whoever wrote you a check, that's the person responsible for sending the money to state of Arkansas.
The Miller, the processor side of it, the other 1.35.
Whoever wrote you the check, that's considered the first buyer.
Okay.
And they hold out the farmer side and the first purchaser.
And they have to match the
Oh,
withholding.
they
Would that not be reflected on should that be reflected on a settlement?
What was withheld?
Not part of it, I didn't know that. The other
What's
part.
withheld from you would be, but the buyer is responsible to submit the amount for the promotion.
Okay.
Kind of like payroll tax. You hold
Right,
that.
yeah, I get it, yeah, I was just curious, I mean, I didn't,
Yeah.
You made both sides.
yeah.
So it looks like to me, we've already received 91% of this year's projected elections. I think there's still a lot of rice still to be, there's still a lot of rice in the pipeline. It's got to be moved to market, so.
Mr. Chair, I would agree with you, but keep in mind on that 91%, I would dare say there's a significant portion of that 91% really rice in 2024.
Well, we were 85% last in 2020.
That was carried over and was purchased in the 25-26 crop year, so.
You think we can get rid of 24 next year?
Yeah, this time next year, it should be all cleaned up and we're sweeping the bottoms of the bins, trying to find enough rice to last till new crop 2027.
It's gonna take a couple of flushes out.
That's your hope or your projection?
That's my projection.
Okay.
I hope you're right.
I would, we're gonna set our funding target in November. That's what we do our November meeting. We kind of have a little bit more of this type stuff and then we set a funding target. But I'm wondering if, with all the carryover, if we will ever see the real big dip in this, or how long it's gonna take for this money, the dip comes. It may be 27 or 28 before we see the.
That's what I was referring to, when I said it'd take a couple of years.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
Back to Cap, what's the checks and balance on the buyer paying that portion?
Well, the state of Arkansas can go after somebody they find out not submitting the check off or not assessing how DFNA does that, I don't know.
Well, you see on one of our line items, the audit penalties and interest. They're auditing the system and looking for,
What if you're delivering to a facility in Arkansas that's owned out of state?
I understand. We deliver outside the state quite often and they pay Arkansas check off. And then I have one buyer that is an international buyer and I have to pay both sides of the check off for them. Because so there could be a little rice that slips, but it would be rare. And my, thinking.
The 3% deduction by the state, has that been waived for, I mean, I understand that.
I believe, the department was looking into waiving those treasury fees, but I have not received a full answer yet. But I will look into that for y'all.
Make the motion to approve financial statement.
All in favor?
I got you.
Yeah, so there is a Facebook post, from the Department of Ag last month, as of July 1, Arkansas Agricultural Promotion Boards have their treasury fee waived and it's now in effect.
Good. So one, we kind of got a little column here for other business. One thing I want to kind of bring up and put on your mind, I think we're off to a good start on the Jasmine quality piece. But I believe we need to really consider going back and creating something for a long grain, southern long grain quality parameters, what our customers are looking for. And with Arkansas being the largest rice growing state and this board, having a lot of influence in Arkansas, it may need to come out of this board. In other words, what I'm hearing from other states, I'll just tell you, they're tired of hearing about southern quality issues. And other states could obviously be California because everybody else is in the same boat we're in. They have put procedures in place so they don't have quality issues. They don't release everything. They're not chasing yield, even if it's a higher yield and they don't release it if it doesn't fall in their quality parameters. We need to consider doing something about that, and it's probably gonna be an organized effort with USA Rice, University, Research Board, and other states, even LSU especially, more than likely. Any thoughts on?
In our area, I've seen, I don't know how we ever monitor this, but there's been some jasmine that has been grown that seed was not quality and it is just a mess. And I just wonder how much that's gonna, mess around and mess up the quality mark of the jasmine over some trashy rice seed. I don't know where the seed came from or what was promised or what. It looked like it's full of red.
Is it? Weedy rot left,
It's just a mess, jungle out there. Is that gonna ruin our quality of that jasmine market real quick if we can't? It literally looks like it should be baled instead of cut. I don't know how we can monitor that really. But somehow that's gotta be regulated before it gets mixed with the other. If you comes to field inspection. But when you do that, you're just putting somebody
We can play around.
You would hope that the buyer of that would reject it, but you don't
Well, I
know.
mean, yeah, but I mean, and I've always said this, but everybody grows a specialty probably, but suddenly don't become special, but a lot of farmers, this just didn't happen overnight. And I grew up part of those kids' business and I started farming. And I've seen farmers and this progression. And what's happened over this time is Roundup took farmers' ability to way to manage. It tripled the size of the farms. By the time that Roundup started playing out, you had traded rice coming out. Everybody got a consultant. They even got bigger. And they forgot, you took the boots out of the ground. Like I got farmer friends, they don't know what chemicals they use on those fields. And there's so many generics out there that you can hawk types. There are some counties that's never used the correct chemical on their rice. And just like Archie said about some of this stuff carryover. I know that the rates have been tripled because of the price of some of the generic chemicals. And then all of a sudden, we're in the absolute worst place scenario. We're 3 years removed from a farm bill. Everybody's broke. Everybody married is broke. I mean, you could say it any way you want to. I farm 100% of my own ground. It's not, and I raise really good crop. It's not gonna work. And then you take a guy that gets a $9 contract to grow jasmine. He thinks he can grow it on that field, but he don't know. He's never had to do that before. And he puts it out there and the whole field turns red. Well, he's been using 24 ounces of Newpay for the last 10 years on that field. Generic Newpay. I mean, you're asking people to do something. It's going to take an education. I mean, it's going to have to take an education and somebody's going to have to go check behind the field if they buy it. It's boots on the ground. I don't think it's possible to just distribute seed to the general public and get a quality product back. I think those days are behind us.
There was people here at $9 jasmine, and they were finding anybody had mentioned jasmine seed, they were going to get it planted.
Everybody's desperate to get whatever they can get.
Desperate. I mean,
We're in desperation right
we're in
now.
desperation mode. I mean, if we was all flush, this would probably be a totally different conversation.
I hope the numbers I was told on fertilizer on the way down here is not true. Because if it is, it's industry, it's gonna be really bad shape. If everything they keep hollering certain ones bumping 1,000. It ain't gonna work. We all know that in our heads. You don't even have to figure that.
The jazz and specialty problems are gonna probably be dictated by the mills are gonna have to follow up and check on that. So they're kind of building products, so they're very invested in getting the right stuff and the right package, but what we're trying to accomplish on the task force side is to, number one, what are we even looking for? What's a breeder breed for? I'm talking about color, aroma, amylose, grain length. What are we even trying to breed for? And we're trying to put that out there. What we have in the long grain market that is similar but different is we got 40 varieties with all different characteristics, and we're throwing them all together. And there's some that can be blended, and there's some that can't. And we're just gonna have to tighten that up somehow, some way.
This is a variety of breeding issue, I would say, mills could alter their discount schedule, but I mean, what's the alternative?
I mean, we've always run on volume. You've trained everybody to run on volume.
We've got a really sharp grad student that works under Nally that did a research paper. And Ashley brought it to me before she, did her thesis. The quality, the milling yield discounts do not overcome yield. Yield trumps everything. And we have gone down this path for 20 years where we have tried to yield ourselves out of poor prices. Now we have done that. But now the pendulum is shifted to where we have something no one wants. And now we're kind of in a bad spot.
And every one of these meetings ciphers was brought up, but it wasn't bulletproof. I've got milling sheets in my deal right here, the proved it wasn't bulletproof. I mean, was it better than anything else? Yeah, but it's also 155 bushel rice. I'm growing 65 bushels over that. Even at $5, that's $325 more an acre. You gonna make that up in milling? Never.
But we did have an opportunity with the Jasmine, who sets the quality standards, and we're at the front of it instead of trying to correct past errors. So we can take the lead on that, but we're having an opportunity to.
You need forward contracts. You probably need them 2 years in advance. I haven't cleaned the fields and sitting in the paper than maybe Paul. And if you wanted me to produce a high-end quality, no matter what it is, I need 2 years to get my chemicals cleaned up, make sure that field's clean. And to deliver what you're wanting. Exactly.
I only need 3 to do it for Jasmine.
Well,
I mean, really,
I'm being conservative because I'm already clean.
You just throw it behind hydrant and go. It needs to be like seed is, if they did 3 years for seed, it's just 2 still.
But you need that 2 years and 2 crop years and before to get that field to spec to create that quality IP product. I can grow it, but you gotta give me a forward plan.
Well, what we could do, or could at least look at, is categorizing all the current varieties. Figure out what the amylose is, what the grain length is, what the chalk is, what they're, how they stack. And then we could divide that out. And AI probably could do it for us pretty fast and say which ones could be commingled, which ones can't. Because what we do is, you always hear people say we lost the Costa Rican market. It's only a 17,000 acre market. How do you lose a 17,000 acre market? Because no one IP'd and sent them what they wanted. And then we're competing against the cheapest markets in the world.
Yeah, I have a little bit, I feel in my lifetime, and I'm no school in this board, I feel like when another country says this, and this, that's just a legalized trade embargo. It's not necessarily the truth. I mean, there's probably some truth to it, but it's really, they can't say, we hate your country, we hate your leadership right now, we can't do this, but they can say, your quality, your grain, it's not wide enough. And you have to accept that.
But but to my point, I have a variety on the farm right now that has amylose content about 25%. I've also got some that have 17 and 18. Those are 2 different. And if I put those together, I've taken what one country may want, and what another country may want, and put it together, and nobody wants it because it looks different. It has different characteristics.
But we sell the long grain, and I'm speaking specifically about the long grain, so that's going to carry the bulk of the industry in the United States. We had a discussion one time in a board meeting about Haiti. There was an article out there that Haitians was eating mud because they're starved down. Those people don't care that there's some arsenic in our rice. Now, I don't believe there was arsenic in our rice to begin with that would hurt them, but that's a legalized embargo against us. That's just one example right there. I had a friend that spent a year on the Mekong River in a food exchange, cooking rice. And the nicest place ever been. Every time they eat chicken, they got salmonella. And they're gonna tell us that our quality is up to their quality?
Any thoughts? Looking over there, Peter, you got any thoughts? Ethan, any thoughts?
Give us the direction, Peter.
Right, I think it's a good idea to pursue some sort of quality parameters that this board helps establish, because we've got so many varieties out there that it's created havoc in some of our markets. And it's gonna create havoc in our own domestic market too. A lot of our customers domestically don't care. Jasmine, they do, but if it's going to Anheuser-Busch, maybe they don't care as much about hybrid versus long grain or amylose levels as much. I know they have quality parameters too, but for pet food or other things that is being industrially used for food grade, for retail, they care. And they're gonna choose other options. That's why they've gone to Jasmine, because it's consistent, it's white, it's lighter, it's less broken, there's things there that they like, plus the aroma on top of that.
What we have is the breeders are working for the farmers, because we're their customer. The mills are working for the consumers, and we're not aligned. And the industry needs to align somehow, some way, in a short amount of time. To where the breeder knows what the consumer wants and the farmer, we're all talking the same language. Now, I wouldn't be here today without, if Rice Tech probably had not, I mean, it's been good for my farm.
Me too.
But as we have grown so much of that, and so many different varieties, they just don't. You know,
Well, Peter needs to do is convince the USDA to sell all of our long grain in a humanitarian effort to build good relationships back with the United States, and they don't worry about the quality.
Sure, what we're talking about too, you know, rifle, we've already been started that project. I've been working with their technical center and with the breeders and fires and stuff, so. Some of that's already been started.
Jim,
I feel like we have, everybody sitting here knows that we have options. Not a lot, but we do have options for quality grain. But yet we keep pushing other things that we know that's not working. We keep following it, we keep researching it, we keep telling them, well, it's sufficient, this, it's that. We know what the issue is. You don't have to look hard. We just want to do it. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think that the university could probably help in maybe starting to assemble quality data. You know, we have a lot from the past, from the days of Terry Seaborn Morgan, so we have access to all cultivars from 25 years ago at least. You know, we have current data, so we could start assembling this quality data, look at things that are similar and not, or maybe go from there. So it's really an exercise similar to what we've done with aromatics, on basically phenotyping, measuring quality characteristics of a bunch of different rice. It's only what is relevant today to the market, and maybe we'll come back and have some discussions around that topic as to what we are seeing, and see if that makes sense to you on the farm as a start. But, you know, I agree that we need to do something.
I mean, when we're sitting here trying to market a crop and you're saying, I hope my rice makes a 48. Something's wrong.
That's
Well, as you noticed during Dr. Griffith's presentation, the high of the bell curve was barely over 50 on.
I mean, I brought a load in to the co-op and the milling was, you know, the guy in the back telling me what the milling was. I'm like, didn't you just violate some sort of privacy act or something? You don't have to announce my terrible milling yields to the entire sandbox. I'm the more I'm gonna go around the bag on my head when I'm, you know, I mean, I'm ready to give up 15% of my yield to produce something I'm proud of.
Me and Jack told us, remember when the floor was 58, not 55, but now 48? It was 58.
Yeah, and I mean, every load I send off, I just hold my breath, I'm about to get a phone call, just get turned away.
Right.
Appreciate it.
And we know, I mean, there's a fix for this. And everybody sitting here knows.
I was looking at some data I've got on my phone somewhere, but, it was milling of data from about the last 20 years. And I believe it was an average over all receipts.
Jared has that.
And this just started. In about 3 years, if you take out to about 2021 and you go back 10, 15 years, there are only 2 years that we had 51 and 52 average. All the rest of those years, it was 54s, 56s, 58s.
In all fairness, though.
But regardless, I'm just saying, I don't know where, because I'm sitting and listening to everybody, what can we do? We all recognize, I mean, first of all, solving the problem, we recognize we got one. Well, I think we all recognize we got a problem.
Years recognized.
But, I do think there's a lot more grower recognition that has developed over the last 2 years because of the poor market conditions that we face. And the things that are being said about our product and losing export market and having to deal with increased imports. So I think there's a much bigger awareness and probably more grower acceptance to changes in our standards or changes in policies or something that we can help move this quality situation. But if we were going to do something now, and everybody said, I'm gonna grow the highest quality rice that I can next year. And if you say that that's gonna encompass, milling yield or chalk or whiteness, whatever, 2 or 3 qualities that you felt like, what would you do? What would you grow?
Well, like those,
Well, right now, I don't know that we really have those options that would be economically viable for the farmer.
Two years ago, we had a meeting with Horizon, we're the farmers, Horizon. And Maria, the breeder, said, what do y'all want? And we went around the room and all the farmers said, higher yield. She said, okay. Last year, she came back in and said, what do you want? All the farmers said, better quality. And she started laughing. She said, you realize last year you tasked me with higher yield. And it's gonna take me 10 years to get you a new variety. This year, you said better quality. And so we got to start tasking these guys with what we need, what the industry needs, and it comes through developing a quality standard. And just, we don't release it if it doesn't.
well, I feel like the industry has a quality standard, I think we ignore it.
And it's a chicken and an egg thing too, right? You know, of course, the mills and the buyers are saying, y'all quit growing this poor quality, and so we say, well, we want to pay for
But
the
yeah,
higher quality.
But for the most part, no, the millers won't say, we're not taking this, and this. You wanna grow it, go ahead, we're not taking it.
Well,
That would help a lot.
No, look, when we were all growing up, that they used to put out in spring.
there's your pro varieties.
Right. Yeah, but you don't have enough disapproved ones.
It's extremely, it's a whole, well, bring something besides this,
I agree with you, I'm just saying, I think that the millers could buckle down and say, we know there's an issue here.
I'm not gonna say what I already said.
I'll get it. Yeah. And I think in some of our own funded research projects, I think we need to start leaning into, when we're at these grower meetings, leaning into, hey, you guys as growers need to focus on quality. You need to stop and think. We need to, and maybe even graph out, show the importance of what we're losing. You know, I mean, and another thing, I'll give you another talking point. We just got through repairing our machinery, our combines. I was 100% conventional last year. Year before, different story. We spent, on average, look back, on average, we've been spending anywhere from 30, somewhere upwards of $40,000 repair, from repair costs each year. Last year, 100% conventional, one combine was $10,000, the other one was 17.
Well, Dr. Bertram's doing that study for us on, the wear of pubescents and all that different home, basically hybrids, how much they're wearing.
That study is completed and should be in the BR Wells report whenever it's, ready. I would just remind y'all that even if you make those decisions today, there's a seed limitation. For example, on that list, there's a couple of U of A developed. One of those was released and never adopted by the growers. So it's not in our seed program right now.
I'm in a group text with a bunch of growers in my area. And yesterday I just sent out a text said, hey, we're having a meeting. What can we do better with your money? Be honest. I don't care how brutal it is, you can be whatever you want. I'm not gonna use anybody's name. I just wanna know. Overwhelmingly, the biggest response I got was, we're not getting enough varieties released from the university in a timely manner to keep moving forward, and we're being outpaced by private companies. And that may be, I don't understand the whole concept, how long it takes to develop and release. I just know years ago, it just seemed like, now some of them may have been a bust, but it was just every year or two, there was a new, and I'm talking back in the 80s, in the early 90s, and then that just kind of withered away, and then we'll get one and it's hanging around for 4 or 5 years, and then all of a sudden it just, for whatever reason, I never really understood it. How that happens, although it does.
Yeah, what you said about the mills going down, if you track it back, what if that's coincides with farm size going increasing and not harvesting time?
That's,
I mean,
there could be a lot of things that.
You're on 4,000 acres of rice, and anybody's got a hybrid this year, don't matter if you planted it when, it's all ready the same damn day. You can't cut it same day. Is that hybrid fault or is that your fault? I mean.
You're right. I'm just saying, take for instance, when we do one more instance, and then I will promise I will check it. So this year I've got a grain bin that holds, it's a 34,000 bushel bin. We fill them the same, we fill them up. Now we level them, but we fill them up. So this year it was full of Ozark. Hauled off 34,000 bushel, actually 35 out of it. 2 years ago, I'm not gonna tell what variety it was, doesn't matter. But it was full. 28,000 bushel, that's what come out of that bin.
You know, something that changed in my country too, when I first.
Time and effort with our hybrid program.
I don't think so at the time. I mean, could those resources we weren't taking away from the.
I mean, as we look at a pipeline, have we, are we seeing a void, or are we seeing a situation where, we maybe would have been addressing this, not that, just a situation we all need to be aware of, that we spent quite a bit of effort and resources on a hybrid program. We thought that was the answer at one time.
From my recollection of, when we had this conversation 2 years ago, when we averaged up the funding for the hybrid, specifically allocated to the hybrid, it was about $100,000 or $150,000 a year.
So it really wasn't that much
it was not, from a funding standpoint, a significant amount.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying, Dr. Hart, I get it. We see Ozark, but in the meantime, there was others.
Yeah.
Several, Horizon, what have you. Where the heartburn takes place with the folks that I'm, in my group text with. When I go back and say, well, wait a minute, guys, let's just have Ozark, we had all these others. Then the first thing they say to me is, well, wait a minute. We paid to develop that, and then they sold it off. And we're having to turn around and pay for it again?
But you only have the trade available to Greenwood through licensing.
I understand, but it's,
It's the
It's just a
perception.
hard thing to explain,
Oh, I agree.
you know?
It's the perception of how it's.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and that's what I was leading with, is its perception. I mean, some of it, I don't know how much we can change. The hybrid thing was an industry, I mean, multiple states were all in that bucket, you know, thinking there was a direction there that, you know, largely been kind of let go and we refocused, but there's been some reorientation even on the university side of pushing harder on conventional breeding in that avenue to then cross over, because you get locked in those lanes of you're breeding down, you know, a clear field pipeline, this, well, those don't. You make a good jump in that, well, that can't go over there, because different trait pipeline, and so the, you know, focus more on traditional pipeline and then cross it out. And so that's.
And I'm trying, I hope, I'm trying to be encouraging, because I'm not saying we're doing a bad job. I'm just saying, I know this much, when I haul in an Arkansas bred variety, a public variety, 95% of the time, I don't ever have to worry about me making any kind of milling grade. You know, normally in the 60s, I think everything I hauled off this year, you know, was at least, you know, a 58, some of it 62, 60, 30. Now, all, for whatever reason, our area, the totals were all, everybody's totals were kind of like,
All that, yeah.
but I just want to get back to growing something I'm proud to haul in.
Just a quick comment. So one of the things that we've started doing to try to speed up our releases, as I mentioned earlier, that we had Dr. Shaw's lines out in the field. In the past, we would have grown a variety, we wouldn't have grown that variety. But we would have made the release decision and had 30, 40 bags on hand maybe. But this year we've got 2 acres. So we'll have 200 bags. So that's one of the things we're moving towards on trying to get things out quicker.
Yeah.
But that puts us in the position of having to operate like a company. So when I worked for Delta Binder in Monsanto, you know, we would have 30 acres of plots and we can cut 100. So that's one of those things where, you know, if the quicker things go, the more costly they are, because we have to be willing to grow larger areas of that rice, knowing that we might have a 3 to 4 acre seed increase that we just cut and haul into town. So that's kind of that, we can go quicker, but it costs more money to go quicker. And it's just, the only way to really speed it up is to go to Puerto Rico, but then be willing to take that risk of, you know, do I have the 4 acres and or, you know, we're gonna cut it and have it in the tank, and then we're gonna have our release meeting, and, you know, did it fall on its face this year, or is it actually a good variety to move forward? So there are things you can do. It's just harder.
I think another thing that contributes to that perception. 2 years ago, we had to make a decision that, you know, we can't grow an acre, or 2 acres of a variety that nobody wants. So, you know, we made the decision that if we don't get the seed orders, you know, in the spring for that variety, we're not gonna grow it. So, it seems like, I think that varieties come and go quicker, and they do, simply because, again, we don't have the resources to grow and manage 10 or 12 varieties in the foundation seed program, or it would certainly be more difficult than what we currently do. And it wasn't that way back in the 80s when I started. You know, you had 3 or 4 long grains that basically dominated the market.
It's also aggravating, I mean, I know milling is not the exact science, but you take your sample of 4 different places and your milling is all over the place. You
Or
never
you go
go.
this side of the sample house and this side, there's 5 pounds more.
Oh my God.
That whole line lined up on this side, back to the gate, the other side, they got a truck.
It's bad when the drivers know which side to go to.
Exactly.
How much difference do you see in milling from one place to the other?
Do what?
What kind of range of milling can you see?
Oh, it varies. Oh, it's like, depending on who's working that day or what's going on that day. There's no, you never know.
It's just like right now, if you're hauling rice into some of these places,
truck drivers know, certain people walk out to check the trailer, they got bugs or not. They'll point blank tell you, if I get this one, I'm done. I might as well just go on with 90 against scale. If I get this one, more likely I'll get full price.
Take your truck one day and you reject it for bugs, take it back the next morning and walk, go drive through. I mean, bugs shake out overnight. I mean. Right.
All right, any other business y'all wanna throw out there and discuss? Okay, we need to set our November, meeting date. Everybody kind of look at your calendars. We typically have a meeting in November to kind of get some updates, and then it's similar to this one, but it's very important because we're gonna set our budget, set our funding goals. She sent out some ideas. I saw that in the email. Anybody have the date she sent out?
November 19th is what she sent out.
Next week, the next Thursday.
I didn't get that one, did
It was,
you know, I don't know if this was my imagination or not, but I had some Department of Agriculture emails disappear that I hadn't read. I don't know if it was May or something.
Well, at least you're getting those things.
I did. I'm not kidding you. It could have been on May.
It's that big fat finger you got.
What does November 19th look like for you, Don Slade, Jared?
19th is okay.
Yeah.
Anybody have a problem with the 19th? Kelly, any go? Becky, anybody?
What day is that?
Thursday. I'm thinking 9 AM.
We've got a meeting in Stuttgart on Crawford on the 19th. Oh, wait, that's
in August, not November.
yeah.
It's a little bit quicker.
Yeah, 19th is a bad day for me.
And she said, I got that last night.
19th is a bad day for me. Sorry, I couldn't get the calendar.
How about the day before?
Day before is good.
18th.
I don't think that'll work because we have a meeting in our boardroom that day. We could do the following week, like the 24th or the 25th.
Thanksgiving.
I'm sorry?
That's Thanksgiving week.
Oh, you're right.
What about the 20th? What do you have to?
I think 20th will work.
There's 17th.
17th. What about 17th?
Yeah, there's a meeting in our boardroom and that.
Good 17th.
You good?
There's somewhere else the state's got, make the border, somewhere down that. Yeah.
I would rather it be at the Department of Ag so they don't all have to travel to us. It makes life simpler on them. But no, we don't have to have it. Would y'all be able to meet at an off-site location or?
I mean, we can usually do the extension centers pretty easy. There's always question marks when we've never been to a building, but we can make an extension center work.
On North University. Should go all the way to across county on this county a little bit.
Where are you talking, Jim?
At the university, we'll bring her.
The systems office?
Yeah.
That or, John, the extension headquarters?
Yeah, if you don't in your room, I can check today.
What day is over there?
What day were we looking at?
That's right there, pretty close.
That's on the second.
Yeah, just, on the south, yeah, south.
Farm Bureau.
I went there.
I would say so. Yeah, we usually think, we're used to that.
Awesome, maybe we could have. So what were we, what day were we back?
I was going to law school.
17?
Better think about.
Jared, 17?
All good.
Nathan,
That's good.
everybody in the room? All right, so let's try for November 17th. We're gonna do a 9 AM. Probably have a lunch and be out there pretty quickly. We'll have an agenda set sometime between now and then. Put it on your calendar.
And Jim, you want us, is that a good day for,
Are we doing the extension center or the department?
Is the department open the 17th?
We got a meeting in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, so it would kind of run over.
Oh.
That's the same chamber. We want to use their number.
And they've got all the Zoom meetings to.
John, you think we can do?
Yeah.
Okay, does that work for you
Let
guys?
me double check, but we've got a couple of different space on I'm working.
Where is the?
Little Rock State Office, State Extension Office on University.
Oh, yeah.
Can y'all communicate and clear that up?
Sure.
And we may be done by 1. I mean, I don't gonna be there all day, but we just gotta get an agenda and build around whatever agenda we come up with. Okay,
That confirmed? Add it.
yeah.
Sold on the 17th.
17,
Somewhere in the middle line.
somewhere. in the
Either
little-
the north end or the south end of the university.
Okay.
University just gotta figure out which one.
Destination.
Does that work then?
What else? Anybody got anything else?
Mr. Chairman, y'all do have an annual election of officers, but if no action is taken, then the positions remain as they are. So no pressure there.
Okay, we'll go to that then. So we have election of officers. We have a chairman, vice chairman, and secretary. Go that.
I make a motion, we nominate Jim as president, Becky as co, and Charles as secretary. Second.
Motion and a second. Vice chair. Any other nominations?
Move the nomination cease and indeed receive by acclamation.
Second that.
How people did anyone else? I don't know.
Not Robert before.
You and me will.
It sounded good.
I don't know.
All right, we're not sure that he can make that motion since he was nominated.
I can check.
He will track that.
I'll make a motion nomination six.
Got a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. So we got our main chairman, deputy vice chairman, and Charles as secretary. All right, last thing, the only thing on our, we're about to get to the fun part of this whole day.
They ain't got there yet.
Yeah. So around, we're going to George Duncan. He's provided his place for us tonight. Board members, you have a room there. If you'd like to stay, there may be an extra room or two. If anybody, well, I've got, if anybody needs to stay, we're gonna be there at, well, we're gonna head that way. But at 5, or maybe a little earlier, Dr. Ryan Ashburn, how do you pronounce his last name, David?
Aspen, ASP.
He's gonna give us a ducks presentation on what they do with rice and ducks and waterfowl. And then we'll just have a kind of happy hour, dinner reception, just have a little decompression time. In the morning, 7:30 a.m., field day will be here. You're encouraged to come, but, lots of you guys got a lot of irons in the fire, and I understand. So I will take a motion to adjourn the meeting. We're moving. Okay. We are adjourned.
And this is, yeah, I thought they know that is, it is 5 of them.
Recording stopped.